Stardust City Hag. Why is the little face emote so squished down? Yay, thank you for the hearts. I love the hearts. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Oh my god, I almost said Tuesday. Happy Thursday, everyone. We are live and alive from the smoky, but not as bad as yesterday, Rancho Cucamonga, California. In the beautiful, luscious, and prosperous Inland Empire. That's right, the best empire in the entire United States, the Inland Empire. So yeah, welcome in everyone. We got a lot of news today. We are going to be talking about some Latin America news today, going back to our passion, discussing democracy in Latin America and examining it there. So we got some Mexico news. We got some more updates on the fires. I don't want to speak out of turn, but it seems like they are getting under control. And then, well, actually, I want to hop into it right now, actually. The DNC autopsy. They finally, the Democratic National Convention, whatever, party, DNC, has finally released the autopsy report for 2024. And if you know anything about these autopsy reports that these parties put out, it's basically them looking into why they lost the election and how they lost the election and for what reasons they lost the election. And yeah, just an examination of why they lost and how they can do better. So we'll look into that right now. Actually, let's just hop in. Mr. Adam Mockler put out a video. It seems like he already went through the entire report, but yeah, let's hear what he has to say about it. Shout out to him. Trying to basically, Adam Mockler is one of my ops, and I mean that in the most friendly way. Yeah, I want to be Adam Mockler. Or, well, I don't know. I don't want to be him. Homie looks like he already has a really bad receding hairline. And I know he's young. I know he's like in his 20s. But yeah, let's see. Let's listen. Excuse me. Let's listen to homie's take on this.
The 2024 election autopsy contracted by the DNC has finally been released after months and months, maybe even over a year of tumult, over a year of the Democratic National Committee refusing to release the after-action report that tells us what went wrong and what to do next, in their eyes at least. And the reality is, they were right about one thing. It is a sloppy, unfinished mess.
Oh
this
my God, they
entire
couldn't
thing
even do
is
their
full
job.
of red lines saying no evidence provided for many claims, saying this contradicts claims elsewhere in the report. It's full of red lines saying no evidence provided for this claim, just trying to completely fact check everything throughout it because there are a lot of unsupported claims. Now, of course, not every single thing in this is absolutely wrong. I mean, there's a part about the male voter problem, but I can give you a better analysis as a young male voter who talks to male voters than whatever this sloppy report is. So understandably, people are incredibly pissed. John Favreau of Pod Save America gives his rundown of the series of events. And this isn't like a partisan attack coming from the right. This is an Obama strategist who now does commentary and does strategy for the party. And we're all just trying to do this in the name of making the Democratic Party stronger because we want to win. I'm oftentimes focusing on Republicans and how we can beat them, but at this moment, I think it's appropriate to talk about the Democratic Party, a forward-looking vision, what we should stand for in my eyes, and overall some media strategy. I'm not as qualified to talk about the door-knocking, on-the-ground canvassing strategy, but I do know a lot about social media and making sure that we're pushing a message. So make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe. Let's dig into all
thank
this,
you,
and then we'll put it side by side with what Donald Trump
video.
said when he was just asked about the autopsy a moment ago.
Hey, DV8, welcome in. Shout out to all the cats in the boxes. We love cats in boxes. Or I should say cats love being in boxes. But welcome in. Happy Thursday. Hope you are well. We are doing well. We got a lot of news to cover today. We are hitting the big story first. The DNC autopsy report. They finally released it.
That it mentions is how they failed to reach Middle America, Southern America.
No, I know. I almost ran over Beebs yesterday.
Okay,
It's
before
not
we
going
hear
to
from
happen
Donald
again
Trump and
today,
the right-wing
though.
attacks, let's just talk amongst our party for a second and see what we can actually work on, what we can actually fix. So John Favreau says, 1, promise to release the autopsy. Listen, I have respect for Ken Martin, but Ken Martin did say he was going to release the autopsy no matter what after we lost. And then he held it for so long. Now we know it's because it was just shit. It was dog shit. It doesn't even mention most of the important issues. It doesn't mention inflation. It barely mentions the economy. It does not mention Gaza. It does not mention Palestine even once. Not that that's the biggest reason we lost. I don't think that's the biggest reason we lost, but you'd think they would at least mention Gaza.
Deviate, yeah, the autopsy is bad. Oof. All right. Thank you for the heads up. I believe it. Let me see. Let me read John Favreau's post. Promise to release the autopsy. Put incompetent friend in charge. Incompetent friend produces incoherent product. Announce you're not releasing the autopsy. Lie about why. Gaslight people who ask, saying they're the problem. Face internal revolt. Release autopsy. Okay. This sounds pretty freaking bad. I just want to know what the main reason was, or is it? I bet they're just like, it sounds like it's an entire mess, and nobody's taking accountability, which probably sounds about right because the Democratic Party is in shambles right now. I mean, to be fair, both parties are in shambles, and I don't know what's going to happen to them, if anything is going to happen to them. But it seems like people are done with these parties. Man, I wonder, the full report is 192 pages, which was concluded last December and authored by Democratic consultant Paul Rivera. Calls for a renewed focus on the voters of Middle America and the South. Duh. Okay. Deviate said Palestine is one of the biggest reasons why people didn't vote. Damn. I mean, we saw this coming. It's not like it was a surprise. We had Democratic voters saying, you know what? I can't do this. I can't vote for you. I can't vote for you, Kamala Harris, when you said that you want to have the most lethal military in the world. I can't vote for you. Damn. That's crazy. You know what this tells me? It's like, and again, I need to talk to someone way more educated than me. But as far as the history, Deviate said, obviously we got the misogyny and stuff like that. Yeah. But if Palestine was the biggest issue, that's telling me that the people of America, or at least Democratic voters, we care about the whole world, and we care about the whole world, and we're not gonna put aside, we're not gonna compromise our own morals, right? To make things better just for us. Does that make sense? You know, like, from my own personal perspective, I'm going to say it straight out, right? I 100% voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, right? I voted for her without any reservations, honestly, even though there was a lot, and I might get hate for this, but I don't care. You know, I was looking at the election as the lesser of two evils, right? I know I didn't want Donald Trump to be president again, because obviously, you know, yeah, Deviate said I was hesitant to vote for her because of Palestine. Yeah. And I was so on board with, like, in that whole mess with Joe Biden losing the debate and just being totally, just totally embarrassed of it. I was like, I was going to vote for Joe Biden, you know, no matter what. I was like, okay, homie said he wasn't going to run for a second term, and yet here he is saying he's trying to run for a second term. Okay, whatever. The Democratic Party has its, you know, thing together, and this is who we're backing. What am I going to do? You know, go against them? No. And then it turned out it was the Democratic Party itself that, you know, probably really pushed for Joe Biden to step down. But yeah, in that 1 week when Joe Biden stepped down, the like 2 days that we didn't know what was going to happen, we didn't know if Kamala was the official party person. I was just like, okay, you know what? That's fine. It makes sense. Joe Biden stepped down. The next person in line is Harris, and she should be the party leader. And I got behind her so hard. I was, you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Yeah, the coconut tree memes was my bread and butter at the time. I was living for those coconut memes, I was living for Kamala's brat, Charlie XCX brat, it was cool. Taylor Swift on board with Harris. It was a very, very unique like week and a half or something. And then the biggest disappointment for me personally in supporting Harris was when she got on stage at the Democratic National Convention to accept the nomination, and she straight up said, "We are going to have the most lethal military in the world, the most powerful military in the world." And it's like, okay, that goes without saying, right? America should, because we're the global hegemon or whatever the heck, we are the world leader right now. We should technically have the most powerful and lethal military in the world. I didn't know that this was something that people thought we didn't have, and it was compelling enough for Harris to say that I'm going to ensure that America has the most lethal military in the world. And for me, it was just like, that came out of left field, completely came out of left field for me. And it soured my support for Harris immensely, because I knew she was talking about the Middle East. I knew she was talking in reference to Palestine and in reference to Israel, because Israel is our greatest partner at the time or whatever. And it's just like we fumbled it. Oh, deviate. The autopsy did say something like they ran on being not Trump. Yeah. And it's like, okay, yes, that worked in 2020, in the 2020 election, because we were so just drowning in COVID, essentially, that everyone, America unitedly was like, oh no, the person that's in charge of this right now, it didn't matter that it was Trump. It was just whoever was in charge has to go. They're not handling this correctly, that you gotta go. And so that's why we elected Biden, So yeah, the autopsy, I'm not surprised that Palestine is the one of the biggest issues, and that Donald Trump, or running as I'm not Trump, was this a second big issue. Because in my mind, that's the two biggest things. And then finally, we have to see if there's a Hassan Piker mention in the DNC autopsy, because everyone was saying that's essentially what it is, It's Hassan Piker that messed it up. Okay, all right, let's continue Mr. Mockler's video on this.
Gaza and Israel and the West Bank, but no mention of it. So step 1, promise to release the autopsy. Step 2, put incompetent friend in charge. Apparently the guy they contracted was just a friend of the DNC, Ken Martin. They completely blew it. The guy made a sloppy report. Number 3, incompetent friend produces incoherent product. Step 4, announce you're not releasing the autopsy. Step 5, lie about why you're not releasing the autopsy. Step 6, gaslight the people who ask, saying that they're the problem, that we just need to move on and focus on what we need to do next, which the report's supposed to sort of outline. Number 7, face internal revolt at the DNC. Step 8, release autopsy. And here we are. We're at the point where, as Hunter says, in addition to many factual errors, the DNC report does not discuss inflation, which it probably should. I mean, it's probably part of the reason people felt dissatisfied. It does not mention Palestine or Gaza, as it says down here. It does not mention perceptions of Biden's age. It doesn't mention immigration.
Wow.
I went to about 50 different Trump rallies during the 2024 election and during the primaries. If you've been watching my channel for a while, you know that I've been to many, many Trump rallies. And when I would talk to voters there, some who were on the fence, some who didn't know who they were going to vote for, they were just listening. What they would say is, the economy is really hard for them. they would say that they want to close the border and they think it's open. And then the more radical social people who were actually fully bought in would then start citing trans issues and replacements. So there was a mix of people who were genuinely just radicalized and genuinely deep into this racist worldview. But then many people were also just struggling due to the economy. So it's multi.
And sorry to cut off Adam Mockler, but I was thinking last night about yesterday and the Thomas Massey primary, right? And how basically everyone was looking at that primary race as a litmus test for how supportive Republicans are of Trump. And I think a lot of people watching the race were surprised Pikachu face, myself included. I didn't really pay attention to it, but who were surprised Pikachu face in that Trump still has Trump still has significant influence with the voters of the party. And it's interesting. I mean, I think we said yesterday that like 35% or something like that of Trump supporters are gonna support him regardless of what he does, right? But it is interesting. I mean, I don't know if there's been any like solid writings on this, but I don't know, man. I feel it. I know facts don't care about your feelings, right? But I feel like people are not supporting Trump as much anymore. But it was disappointing that primary race turned out the way it did. Deviate said Adam Mockler bodied Scott Jennings. I know. Maybe we'll watch that on stream today because I wanted to see that and I never even looked at it. But yeah, homie's really cool. He's out there. I don't know how young he is, but he's young. And everyone loves to see a young man with ambition go out there and do ambitious things.
Faceted. I don't want to reduce it down to any one thing. We lost for a few reasons. How Biden dropping out impacted Harris wasn't even talked about. I mean, that's a big thing. Biden dropping out after they claimed that there was no reason for him to drop out, broke trust within the Democratic Party.
100%.
Elderly voters and how they voted. Trans people, it doesn't talk about in any capacity. Palestine, it doesn't talk about in any capacity. I mean, just none of these issues are talked about in any meaningful way, or how we mount a defense for certain social groups. The reality is, as it pertains to trans people, as the circle of acceptance has gotten bigger and bigger in liberal societies, conservatives have had to start attacking new groups. I mean, just think about it. For a while, when slavery was still allowed, conservatives would defend it. And then we banned it, and they jumped on to attacking different groups. Eventually, gay people, they started to attack. And then when society kind of moved on, they're now jumping to the next ring in the circle of acceptance, and they're attacking trans people. So conservatives constantly
and
move
going
on
after trans people and going after Muslims and people who subscribe to Islam is crazy, or people who come from countries that are associated with that religion. It's crazy. Deviate, yeah, her campaign didn't run on transgender or feminism. It's funny how people say she did run on that. Yeah, I know, and this is something I've struggled with too, because after the 24 election, I had people come up to me, or just they were probably repeating the news, but I had people say to me, it's this gay stuff is too much, and that was mind blowing for me, because I don't think it's coming from the Democrats. I don't think the Democrats are like saying, maybe we should just chill out on this a little bit. In my opinion, it's coming from the conservatives and the Democrats that want to bring in that conservative part, or they just like are actively battling it and gets like stun locked on debating these issues that it sounds like that's the only issue you care about. So I guess maybe everything is like in a little regressive state right now. Civil rights in general are in a regressive period because of all this BS, and yeah, but like one of my classmates in 2024, she told me She's Latina. She told me that her husband straight up voted for Trump because Kamala Harris was too much of, just too much femininity, too much, female power. It just basically made her husband feel like, just that insecurity was brought up inside him. And he was like, we can't have a female president. We're going to have Cardi B, J-Lo, and every other woman with a big ass in music come out and tell everyone that, it's okay to be, female empowerment. It's okay to be a whore on TV. And that's literally what Deviate said she had a weird laugh. Like, what a weird thing to hyperfixate on. I can't vote for someone because they have a weird laugh. Are you serious? Are you serious? It's crazy. It's crazy. That's even was an issue that people were discussing, all right, let's continue.
Next attack, and they're kind of conceding that the last generation of conservatives were wrong. The last generation of conservatives were wrong to attack this group and this group and this group, and now trans people are the newest attack. So we need to mount a serious defense. We need to be talking about how we can hold the line and stand firm in our values. Something that we also need to be talking about is how to build an affirmative vision as Democrats. The report kind of goes into this.
Which we don't have at all.
Let me pull this up. The report kind of goes into building an affirmative message, but it's just not satisfying or coherent in the way the report talks about it. I mean, over here at Mockler Media, Micah and I have been working on a much more fleshed out framework for how we can restore our democracy that we're going to be releasing soon beyond all of this gobbledygook. But there is something to be said about the fact that over the past decade, Democrats have been unified by our opposition.
We're going to get a Mockler manifesto.
To anything Trump does on any given day, and that we need to build our own affirmative core vision that is intuitive and broad. It's about healthcare. It's about wealth not being hogged by the top 1%. And it's overall about rewiring the broken system that has caused so much pain among Americans. I mean, decade after decade after decade, it doesn't even matter who's been the president. Healthcare has been incredibly expensive. And Democrats are way better on this issue. Democrats have fought for it and fought for it. Obama passed the Affordable Care Act. Some states are capping insulin, but there are still these special interests,
Autopsy.
these powers that be, these large money pharmaceutical lobbies that want to keep healthcare as expensive as possible. So we need a fundamental rewiring of this.
Exactly. And this is something that the Democratic Party has to wrestle with. The Democratic Party hasn't had a unified vision. I mean, that's again going back to the transgender feminism, BLM stuff, right? All the DEI stuff that conservatives were losing their minds over. That is not enough to sustain like a broad, like, that is not enough to sustain a passionate coalition of people to be behind you, right? And that's where it's like you need to go back to workers' rights, because that is the most broad thing in America that really separates people from one another. And if we all had that same class consciousness that the billionaire class does, we could probably get a lot more done. But okay, let's just take a look at this report. No shade to Adam, but I just want to see the whole 193 pages. Oh my God, title page. Build to win, build to last. Okay. And shout out to one of my professors. She took it was the class that I was reading chapters for, right? The political parties class. She graded my final essay, and I think I got like not 100%, but I got like, I don't know, 95%, right? And the whole project of the assignment was redesigning political primaries, right? And kind of my angle with that assignment was I want to redesign the Democratic presidential primary in such a way that there is no benefit for anyone else to join the Republican Party. I want the Republican Party to disappear, And so, anyways, I designed the primaries to be completely open. I want I don't want them to be I don't want the Democratic primaries to be closed off to any independent or I guess even Republican voters, you know. So it would be really interesting to see Mr. Mockler's report on how he thinks he can fix politics in America. But I mean, it's just been more confirmed, like especially yesterday after watching the Hassan on the Republican Party. The Republican Party is a cult. We can't sustain this. They don't want to fix themselves. We can't fix them from the outside. They let Donald Trump completely take over their party. Like, how can you call yourself the GOP? The good old, I think it's either the grand old party or the good old party, right? Yeah, thank you. It's the grand old party. It's the most like American party, right? How can you guys let that just is done? It's the Trump party now. Yeah, death cult. Absolute death cult. Sorry, let me blow. Sorry, my allergies are absolutely terrible today. The weather, the smoke in the air, the bad winds and everything. Okay, but anyways, let's continue with this. Electoral land. You know what I'm kind of tempted to do? Take this file, put it into ChatGPT, and have it summarize the whole thing. Thank you, Deviate. Shout out to the tissues. I know. I'm sneezing. Beebs is sneezing. Everyone is sneezing. Okay. In every election cycle, the two major parties and hundreds of outside groups invest enormous resources, blah, 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 blah. There are many books already written and many more to come presenting analysis of what happened for both sides, blah, blah, blah. Understanding that the little d democracy is the will of the people and big D democracy. Oh, shut, bro. Oh, no. I think I'm having bad connection. Okay. Sorry, chat. I think we're having bad connection. Oh no, Kyle Kalinske says the DNC autopsy was written by AI. I mean, it does seem extra fluffy for no reason. Oh man. Okay. So why now? Yes, we know. Okay, the report analyzes a range of publicly and commercially available data to identify actual investments, actions, and eventual voter behavior. And then there's this big thing, no source material or data provided. Unsourced claims cannot be independently verified. It's like someone went through and marked it up with literal red pen and was like, nope, you can't. And then they just released it. They didn't go and make a second draft. That's crazy. Crazy. What? Executive summary? This section was not provided by author, so who added it then? Disclaimer, this document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC. The DNC was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions contained herein, and therefore cannot be independently verified. Cannot be... stupid. Okay, so there's like two people fighting in this document. 10 years for a stronger future. While combating the increasingly autocratic and authoritarian government lies at the forefront of the Democratic agenda, our Democratic Party must also develop a plan to carry itself and America beyond 2028. It is essential the Democratic Party develop, organize, and implement a 10-year strategic plan. Okay, that's normal. I am surprised they didn't have a strategic plan already. The only way this can be done is if we build to win and build to last. Okay. In 1989, after losing 3 straight presidential campaigns, our party refocused the conversation around policy and purpose to reclaim the vital center of American discourse. Understanding the center is where most people live. Then DNC Chairman Rob Brown led Democrats out of a political wilderness by supporting candidates putting people first. Okay, that's not bad. That sounds great. Prioritizing the economy and offering America hope. It was Ron Brown who understood every corner of America was hurting and proclaimed his tenure would be less about race and more about races we win. I don't know. That doesn't sound good to me. But whatever. This is before Bill Clinton. Ron Brown also challenged the Democratic Party to think and be different. He focused less on pie in the sky narratives and asked the party to get real about the politics of success. Chairman Brown was relentless in his party building, and his optimism inspired others to unify and focus on the end goal, winning the White House again in the face of 3 consecutive defeats, leaving Americans with a distaste for Democrats and politics in general. Okay, so finding our way back to this level of success will not be easy, will not happen overnight. Duh, but like we did that with Obama, but okay. Secondly, once we win, we will ensure a newly elected leader and okay, let's see, assessing the state of the party. Again, we got another wow, we got another correction on that's crazy. The 2020 cycle was also very close, a narrow win for the presidency, a narrow Democratic majority in the House, and a tie for the Senate based on the runoff in Georgia. The 2016 cycle was also close at the presidential split level, with a split between the popular vote and the Electoral College, with 7 faithless electors. Yikes. This demonstrates the basic truth: we have been and remain a nation divided. Okay, but why are we divided? These hair-splitting margins defeat... Okay, let's see. I just want to know why... For what reasons are we divided? The DNC should have figured this out. Instead, they're just like, we're still divided. To grow, we must admit and accept some of the truths about our party. Since the high point of the 2008 Obama landslide, when he received nearly 10 million more votes than John McCain, the Democratic Party has vacillated, I don't know what that word is, between stagnation and retrogression. In doing so, we have lost the confidence we had once received from everyday Americans. And the election results show it. Duh. But what? Why? Okay, let's see. Oh my God. Why are we... 2008, a change we can believe in. Why are we rehashing 2008? Deviate. We are divided because those guys over there are on the right are being in a death cult. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to hear the Democratic Party say it, you know? Okay. So here we go. 2010, rise of the Tea Party. We already knew this. This is literally what made Donald Trump. Democrats lost. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We're doing Obama. 2010 also saw a federal court's decision enabling a tsunami of independent spending and easing of restrictions that facilitated the injection of dark money in the political ecosystem. In 2010, there was approximately 500 million in outside spending, with super PACs spending 62.6 million. And then whoever edited this document said there's no evidence provided for this claim. Bro, what? You're telling us that super PACs are not a thing? They are a thing. Huh. This has grown. I mean, maybe the numbers might not be right. But you know, it's still, it's how can you deny this? DVS said they should put a Obama pyramid. Yeah. They just put a very young Obama where he doesn't have a single gray hair. It's hilarious. Okay. Oh, so here's the outside spending. Look at it. It's gone up. It's from Open Secrets, and these idiots in the red text said there's no evidence provided for this claim. Stupid. All right, 2012 re-election. President Obama won in 2012. Okay, he won good. What is shellacking 2.0 in 2014. The second midterm shellacking of 2014 had the lowest midterm turnout since 1942. Democrats lost 9 Senate seats to give Republicans control of the chamber. Okay. Ah, yes. John Boehner, Speaker John Boehner. Why did they have to go and correct this? Okay. In the early resignation of Speaker John Boehner in 2014, elevated Speaker Paul Ryan. Okay. Who the hell cares? With an open seat, 2016, that's it. This is all they had to say for 2012 and 2014. I feel like there was a lot that happened in 2012 and 2014 that the Democratic Party has some explaining to do. But I guess it was 2012. That's when Obama's second term. John what? LOL. Oh, John Boehner. I'm sorry. His name is John Boehner. But every time they blame Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert. These men raised me politically. And they just called him John Boehner, but his name is Boehner. Here, I will spell it out for you. Where did they put it? Here we go. Boehner. How do you say that? Boehner. Boehner. I'm sorry. He was a guy who cried when he was. Now I gotta pull this up. I'm sorry. Boehner. There we go. Oh, here, John Boehner crying. Oh my God, Pope Francis made John Boehner.
Usually the Pope produces smiles or a bubble of intimacy, but in his speech to Congress, he brought a couple of members.
Oh my God, DV8. 8th grade when John Boehner was around. No 8th grader should know about these things.
Members to tears. Deploy that hanky, Mr. Speaker.
A common responsibility.
From the moment he met Pope Francis,
Your Holiness,
John Boehner seemed emotional. A devout Catholic, he was the one who
Oh, man.
invited the pontiff to address Congress, and by the time they got to the podium, Boehner seemed to be holding back tears, and then the Pope...
He's just an emotional guy. But look at this political article. Why does John Boehner cry so much? This poor man. Beware of men who cry, wrote the writer Nora Ephron once cautioned. Oh, man. I'm sorry. Okay, we're getting off track now. Okay, so yeah, Speaker Paul Ryan, he was the guy with the gnarly widow's peak. Okay, and then 2016, that's when Trump was elected. 2018, resistance and return. Okay, so 2020, a Democratic trifecta. No, I don't think so. Man, so they're just going through all these years. Okay. Second Republican trifecta, blah, blah, blah. It's the future, stupid. No sourcing provided for several claims in this section. Oh, my God. The sad truth is Democrats have lost ground at every level from inconsistent messaging. I 100% agree with that. And the improper planning, even as the policies the party advances continues to earn voter support at the ballot box. Ballot measures for Medicaid expansion, nonpartisan redistricting, wage increases, family leave, and reproductive freedom have passed in the states where Democrats remain locked out of statewide offices. Stupid. The divergence means the party and our candidates have lost the confidence and trust of voters In the face of misinformation and disinformation, our candidates have proven incapable of projecting strength, unity, and leadership, and voters have drifted away. Indeed, many of our critical Democratic wins can be attributed to negative partisanship, where Republicans have nominated deeply flawed candidates, and we have been able to convince some Republicans and most independents to support Democrat in those contests. Okay. Damn. Projected 2030 congressional reappointment. Huh. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's just go back to Mr. Mockler explaining this. DV8 said the messaging needs to be Medicare for all, Social Security for all, paid time off by law, free childcare, free school lunches. I agree.
The system, and we need Democrats who can talk about this fundamental rewiring in an intuitive way. We need Democrats who can explain these special interest groups, who reject AIPAC money, reject money from these insidious forces who want to hijack and distort American politics, and we can restore our maps by banning gerrymandering, setting limits on corporations donating to campaigns. There are so many different ways that we can actually fix this, or at least, begin to fix this, begin to rewire the system. And this report doesn't go into any of that. This report is so incredibly weak. Let's hear what CNN reports about it. It says, CNN is publishing a copy of a report into why Democrats lost the 2024 presidential election. The version of the report, better known as the 2024 Autopsy, was written by Democratic strategist Paul Rivera. Let me just tell you guys. Reading this report and reading the context surrounding it doesn't instill a lot of faith in Democratic leadership for me. I think, not to be arrogant or I think the explanation that I gave over the past 3 minutes is closer on the money than anything written in this 200-page report. I think the diagnosis of money poisoning American politics by distorting the incentives of politicians so they're beholden to the special interest groups over the people, it is so perfect. And we just saw it in Kentucky. In the 4th District, Thomas Massie voted alongside his constituents. He voted to release the Epstein files, which most Americans agree with. He voted to not start any new wars, which most Americans agree with. But because he got out fundraised 35 million to $3 million, he lost. Money hijacked the race. We need to be talking about this. John Ossoff gets this. Pete Buttigieg gets this. A lot of people get this, but this report completely misses the money. They talk a lot about Mark Robinson, who was caught making Nazi comments on a porn forum in North Carolina.
What?
They talk literally most of it about Robinson.
Who is this man? He's a Republican or a Democrat? The Robinson effect was concentrated, extraordinary ticket splitting from Robinson. What?
You can't even pull a lot of information from that one race. It's absolutely...
Let's see, that's page 27. Oh, 25, 26. Okay. Robinson effect was concentrated. Extraordinary ticket splitting from Robinson's collapse primarily benefited the governor's race. Lower races didn't benefit as much. But where was he running? Huh.
Absolutely absurd. To continue, statement from Ken Martin. He says, when I was elected DNC chair, I commissioned an after-action review of the 2024 election, and I wanted to be honest and transparent, and with actionable and specific takeaways for the future of the Democratic Party. When I received the report last year, it wasn't ready for prime time, not even close. He's right about that. He's right about that. And because no source material was provided, it would have meant starting over. I cannot in good faith put the DNC's stamp of approval on the report that was produced. After last November's massive Democratic wins, I didn't want to create a distraction, but by not putting the report out, I ended up creating an even bigger distraction. For that, I sincerely apologize. For full transparency, I'm releasing the report as we received it in its entirety, unedited and unabridged. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards, but I'm doing this because people need to be able to trust the Democratic Party and trust our word.
Oh my God,
the trust factor is a little bit low right now,
Yeah.
but I can be charitable and say that he probably did receive a report that was absolutely dog shit. But part of that is on your leadership. When you're commissioning a report, no matter how much you're paying somebody, when you're contracting somebody to do work for you, it's on you to set expectations.
Yeah.
This is something that I had to learn the hard way as a young dude who's building a business around me. I would contract people, set loose expectations, get a service that was suboptimal and not up to my standards, and then I would realize, wait a minute, I didn't even communicate properly about what I wanted. It seems like that happened here, and it doesn't instill a lot of faith in our current leadership. But I know, at least I've learned these lessons, so I'll continue to build Mockler Media in the manner that helps. Let's hear what Donald Trump says about this after-action report.
Would be happy to do it. We want to open it up to Cuban Americans where they can go back and help.
Oh my God. There's someone who's 9 months, 10 months pregnant, right behind Donald Trump. They are about to burst. That belly button is an Audi because I'm sorry, I have to be mean. Who is this big bellied man who has an Audi right behind Donald Trump is very distracting. Yes, placenta, Jesus.
This morning, their report on the last election on why you won and Democrats lost.
I can't stop looking at it.
They failed to reach Middle America, Southern Americans. Do you think they've learned lessons from that election, and have you seen that report?
I think the elections are so rigged, and we have to do something about it, and we're going to do something about it. But we cannot continue to have, and frankly, the Senate and the House, they ought to get together and they ought to pass the Save America Act so that you have voter ID, and it's so important you have proof of citizenship, little thing like proof of citizenship, and also mail-in
because
voting, which is so
non-citizens
so in
were
Maryland,
voting.
As you probably saw, they had 500,000 mail-in votes that were corrupt. They were corrupt. They said the printer made a mistake. Don't believe that. And they got caught with 500,000 mail-in ballots that were corrupt. We got to stop it. We have.
Dude, this is absolute deranged schizophrenic BS. This is absurd.
Yeah.
The president of the United States is standing there in front of someone's belly button constantly.
Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you for addressing it. What the? Like, whose grandpa is this? Why is the belt so tight? Why are you wearing horizontal stripes? I'm sorry. You could just totally, it's like that Joy Division album, but you know, it's just a belly button. I'm sorry. Hold on.
This is absolute deranged schizophrenic BS. This is absurd. The president of the United States is standing there in front of someone's belly button constantly ranting and raving about election fraud that doesn't exist. Do you know how damaging this is to our institutions, to the trust in our institutions? I mean, damn.
Yeah, I
This
can't
is why
look
so
at
many
this
voters
screen
are
anymore.
apathetic. They look to one side and they see a party that, you know, I think the Democratic Party is rather right on most issues. I think we are very, very much so pushing towards human dignity and holding the line on social issues. But they look to a Democratic Party that's oftentimes weak and untrustworthy. I'll say it. And they look over to the Republican side, and it's even more weak and untrustworthy. I'm sorry for keeping this image on screen for so long.
Jesus Christ.
But why is Donald Trump so incredibly addicted to lying about election fraud?
We have a country that has a very.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to do something absolutely terrible, and I just need to do a little screenshot. There we go. Perfect. And we will save this. The camera should have just zoomed in and kept on. All right, here you go. This is so disturbing to me. Oh God. Okay, here. Save it to. Thank you. We'll save that for later.
Corrupt. We have more corrupt elections than third world countries have.
Oh no, it went on my thumbnail like that. Hilarious.
And we ought to get smart. Pass the Save America Act. That'll be a long way. You have voter ID, voter identification. The Democrats don't want to pass. Now, I'll tell you what, the Democrat voters do want to pass, 87%. But the Democrat politicians don't want to pass. And the reason is they'd never be elected again. Because with their
This is deranged BS. He's just spreading conspiracy theories, straight up conspiracy theories coming from the president of the United States. So then it makes you realize the alternative is better. The Democratic Party is obviously, clearly much better, but it's been brutal for us. It's been brutal for anybody who is a Democrat. Just check this out. Check out this brutal part of the after action report / the autopsy. It shows the change from 2009 to 2025 in Democratic power. And as someone in the comments point,
Oh my God, state legislators. They've let's see, from 2009 to 2025, 832 seats have been flipped to Republicans. That's the individual state legislators. That's crazy. So people were, with Donald Trump in office, people were trusting Republicans more, I think.
points out, this becomes particularly brutal when you consider that there was a lot of discourse after Obama won about how the Democratic Party was going to have, you know, for the next 2 decades, a majority. We were going to dominate. Everything was going to change. Now, it didn't manifest like that. Trump came in and rewired the Republican Party on the exact message I was kind of talking about, money and corruption in politics, but Trump just rewired the system for himself to become even more corrupt. In 2009, Democrats had 60 senators. Now we have 47. Republicans gained 13. Okay, that's a change that we can come back from. I truly believe it.
And like, okay, sorry, real quick. Again, sorry, Mr. Mockler. But you know, the whole thing with Obama becoming president and everyone being like, oh my God, racism is over. Democrats are solid forever. It's a whole new era. And we saw a complete opposite of that, essentially. We saw uh, Republicans like embracing this new level of hatred and like open level of hatred uh, because they were so upset about Obama winning and what that meant for the entirety of American politics, right? This was a whole new world and people were not okay with it, unfortunately. And it's just, it really we're still feeling the effects of this. And, the pendulum swung towards the Republicans, and now we'll see if it can swing back towards the Democrats. Deviate said, can't wait for Dems to be voting in and then people vote Republican again because they don't have a memory. Yes, exactly. And that's why, with this autopsy, if it is what we think it is, that's why I don't want the Democrats to just assume that because the way politics is right now, because Donald Trump is, sinking the Republican Party, or whatever Democrats think Donald Trump is negatively affecting the Republican Party, I don't want the Democratic Party to just rely on, okay, the Republicans are going to fail and then the voters are going to have no one else to choose and they're going to come crawling back to us, or whatever the Democrats think, essentially. But I'm saying I want the Democrats to actively fight to win back voters. I want Democrats to not just be like, the snooty people that we are, because let me tell you, I see it happening. It was when you saw it happening when a lot of news stories were coming out about Trump voters who were Latino or had family that was Latino, and their family was getting deported, or they were getting deported, or their husband or wife or their parents were getting deported. And I feel like a majority of Democrats, or at least liberals, were like, these idiots, they're reaping what they're sowing. They should have known that. What did they think when Donald Trump said Mexicans are not sending their best? And it's like, I'm sorry. These people are stupid, on some sort of level, but it's not my place to tell them, I told you so. I'm not going to do that to them. I'm not going to do that to these people who voted for Donald Trump. I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm not going to say whatever. And because I genuinely feel like that taking that sort of attitude is what the Democrats have always done. Like that's kind of what we did in after George W. Bush. The Democrats were like, well, yeah, these Republicans got us into this long war. Like the Democrats didn't actually support the war themselves too. I'm talking about the war in Iraq and Afghanistan and after 9/11, all that stuff. The Democrats got to sit back and let George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, I was going to say Candace Owens, but that's just me being racist. The black lady who was in George W. Bush's Condoleezza Rice. Okay, see, they both have C names. Candace Owens, Condoleezza Rice. Okay, all of those people who, just basically destroyed the Republican Party so that way John McCain had no chance. It was like John McCain was running against Obama, but he was also running against his own he was also running against the perception that his party was, brought us into these endless wars. This party that destroyed the financial market and was bailing out the banks, right? So yeah, it's I don't know. People are not going to remember, and especially newer voters, Like DV8, you said you were in 8th grade when John Boehner was around. Like, you really have to understand that it's not just Trump that came in and like hijacked the party. Even though I was saying that he hijacked the party, it was basically the Republicans were like, "Oh, you want to steal this car? Well, there's no need for you to hotwire it. I have the keys right here. You can drive my car and you can steal it." You know, and yeah, Democrats need to fight. Democrats need to work hard. And the only Democrats, or at least people that are running under that Democratic umbrella, are people like Zoran Mamdani. And you know, I don't wanna say that, oh damn, Deviate, you're 25? That's crazy. You're like my brother's age. Wait, if you're 25, sorry. Oh my God. So you're born in 2001, homie. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wait, were you born before or after 9/11? Because I know you're not going to remember 9/11 at all. But, oh man. But yeah. Oh, before 9/11. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. So it's like, you know, people are not going to remember. I mean, people don't even really remember Obama's terms. And I feel like we remember the negative things about Obama. All right, let's finish up Mr. Mockler's video.
In 2009, we had 256 representatives. Now we have 215 representatives. We can come back from that. Same thing with governors. But this is where it gets worrisome. The state legislators...
Okay, DV8. The tan suit, yes. But before the tan suit, there was a way more atrocious gesture that Obama did. And it was with his wife on stage. And him and Michelle Obama made fists like this, right? Michelle Obama made a fist, Obama made a fist. I mean, Obama made a fist. And they went like this on stage. They went like this. And Fox News called it a terrorist fist bump. Let me pull that up.
A fist bump, a pound, a terrorist fist jab. The gesture everyone seems to interpret differently.
God.
We'll show you some interesting body communication and find out what it really says. First, the President of America chest bumps an Air Force grad. Next, Michelle and Barack Obama fist bump or fist pound. People call it all sorts of things.
Oh
but
my God,
what
it's
happened
such
to the
bad
old
quality.
pat on the back, a handshake, a hug? Today's body language and what we can glean from it. Janine Driver is a body language expert and joins us now. Janine, thanks for being back with us.
Hi, Edie. Nice to be here.
Okay, tell me about this whole thing. Let's start with the...
Okay. I just wanted to find a better video. Oh, look, Obama fist bumping a custodian. Clearly he's a communist. And people had the audacity to say racism ended when we elected Obama. Yeah, exactly. Racism totally ended. Racism was over because Obama, you know, Obama stopped it. Obama stopped the racism. Hold on, I want to find a picture. Nope, this is okay. Politico failed. All right.
In 2009, the Democratic side were 4,082. Now it's 3,250. Republicans gained 832 state legislatures and 13 state trifectas. That is a huge lock on power at a state level. That is where it gets incredibly worrisome. That's where people like Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear have held the line. Speaking about what the Democratic Party should be, people like Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear have a great way of just pushing for human dignity, that each human is inherently worthy because we are human. Pushing for the idea that we shouldn't be stripping rights away from trans people, from black people who want to vote, shouldn't be stripping rights away from immigrants, from anybody as it pertains to due process or abortion. He's been holding the line in a red state, but he talks about it in such a convincing and intuitive manner.
Hey, Bishon in a box. I didn't know you were here. Welcome in. Bishon in a box said, but Elon Musk can do a Nazi salute on stage twice. Yep. And nobody says anything. Or I should say people defend him. They're like, he's just autistic. He's just autistic. And that was him stimming, I guess. Exactly. It's crazy. But yeah, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, after they hug, they do a little doop, and people lost their mind. Fox Media, conservatives everywhere lost their mind.
That it breaks through to even his Republican voters. I heard him talking about this in person a few weeks ago. Someone in a trucker hat came up to him and said, "Sir, I disagree with the bill that you vetoed. I disagree with you vetoing the bill, but I understand why you did it. Your argument made sense, sir." And it's just like an interesting perspective.
Totally how I stems. Totally. Yeah, you just gotta hit the chest, and what was so cringe to me with Elon Musk was that he bit his bottom lip while he was doing the chest, the Nazi salute. It's like, why are you biting your bottom lip? That's so gross, brother. So gross.
Into these red states. So the Democratic Party needs to do a few things. We need a more sprawling engagement with the media, not just going on my show, but going on shows where we reach people. It's no longer the era of just going on MS Now and going on other like Fox News over and over and thinking that's enough. No shade to them, but there has to be a broader strategy than that. MS Now can be a part of the strategy, but we also need to be going on these podcasts. I believe it was Pete Buttigieg who went on Andrew Schultz's podcast and just wowed the entire room. Ro Khanna did the same thing. Graham Plattner should go on more podcasts. I find him to be a pretty convincing guy at times. What if we just had Democrats out there in the ecosystem fighting back tooth and nail? It's something that I try to embody when I go on CNN. My goal is to never go on CNN and be some boring Democrat who makes people want to turn off the channel. I try to be engaging, and I try to talk about things in a passionate manner that I'm very passionate about. That's why it breaks through. And on a policy level, we just need policies that can rewire the corruption in our system. Of course, we're working on that at Mockler Media. We'll release something soon at adammockler.com. So go.
All right. Thank you, Adam Mockler. Good video. I am surprised, or I should say not surprised, that this freaking report gives nothing. It's just another thing for us to debate over and for the fight to continue happening. Let's see. Let's read this political article on it. All right. This report is so stupid. The DNC 2024 autopsy is roiling Democrats. Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin is already working to weather the storm. By Lisa Kashinsky and Andrew Howard. Literally posted today at 11 a.m. 2 hours ago. Democrats' long-awaited autopsy of the 2024 election backfired almost immediately after it was released on Thursday. The Democratic National Committee's biting and glooming portrait of the party immediately kicked off a fresh round of infighting, with strategists and party officials lambasting Chair Ken Martin for releasing a haphazard, typo-ridden report that failed to fully capture why exactly the party was crushed by President Donald Trump. Martin explained his reasoning to DNC members on a private call Thursday afternoon. According to 3 people on the call granted anonymity to share details, one person said Martin's post as chair is, quote-unquote, absolutely at risk, though they were not sure if DNC members have enough votes to actually pass a vote of no confidence. Martin appeared to acknowledge his shaky standing at the end of his remarks to members, thanking them for continued support. Being a leader at any level means you own every single mistake, those of your creation and, frankly, those not of your creation. This is a major mistake. I own it, he said, per a recording of the call obtained by Politico. And now it's time for us to move forward at the DNC, and I hope you'll move forward with me. The 192-page document, which the DNC only made public after it had been published by CNN, made no mention of Israel or Gaza and included sparse references for former President Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election, 2 key elements that contributed to Trump's 2024 win. We should take this autopsy with a massive grain of salt. Clearly, the people who put it together ran a highly ineffective, ill-researched process. Therefore, it is difficult to draw constructive conclusions, said Adrian Elrod, a senior advisor on the Biden and then Harris campaigns. What's important is what's missing, what they're not releasing, said Ashley Etine, a former communications director for Vice President Kamala Harris, who left the administration in 2021. It feels like what the DNC is doing is cherry-picking the parts of what it wants to actually release that are less problematic for the party going forward. Because most of the stuff that we're reading right now is not groundbreaking. The Democratic Party is still navigating its path forward while it remains fully locked out of power in Washington and struggles to match Republicans' cash on hand advantage. The report release comes after months of internal and external pressure on the DNC to provide lessons from 2024 in order to move forward with the looming midterms. Okay, but here's my hot take on it. What's the point of releasing this stuff if you're not gonna take anything away from it? Which it sounds like what the Democratic Party is doing. They just released it. It's like Trump's tax returns, right? We kept asking for it. We kept asking for it to some point when it's like, okay, it doesn't even matter what Trump's tax returns are. We know he's not paying his fair share. Just like with this, it's 2026. We should have got this in 2025, January 1st, right? It's been 2 years since the election, nearly 2 years since the election. And honestly, I personally did not care what the autopsy was. I made up my own autopsy. I made up my own conclusions, along with everyone else who kept asking for this autopsy report. We just moved on. We came to the conclusion that, yeah, it's Gaza, it's affordability. Joe Biden had that little bit of inflation, and people wanted to go back to pre-COVID inflation. And that's just unreasonable. Donald Trump campaigned on affordability and saying that he was going to bring down grocery prices, he was going to bring down gas prices. Yes, he completely lied and did the opposite. But at that time, people believed him. And that's what matters. Yes, DVA, 100%. Going more left. The party needs to go more left. And for us to be speculating for so long that one of the main reasons the Democratic Party didn't get elected in the 2024 election was because we didn't go left enough. And now it's like you're telling us that that's not it still? It's like, stop lying to us, bro. Democratic Party, I don't even know if they deserve to be around anymore. 'Cause it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This no one's taking accountability. Yes, freaking homie's like, is the buck stops with me, I guess, but it's not really it. Martin released a lengthy statement apologizing for how he handled the autopsy, which was written by Democratic strategist Paul Rivera. Although his name does not appear on the release copy and he is no longer working for the DNC, the DNC never received a finished report, according to a person within the party granted anonymity to share details. And the author did not turn over a list of interviewees or transcripts despite multiple requests. Okay, chat. How much do you want to bet that part of the reason why the autopsy didn't get released was because results were coming up that the DNC did not want to accept? That's what I'm calling. That's my prediction on this, is that the whole reason they didn't want to answer or didn't want to release it was because it didn't give them the reasons they wanted. Deviate said, they say they are no more big PACs, but I think they prove they exist by not going more left and saying that it is not the answer. No more PACs. I agree. No more PACs. No more super PACs. No more of these political action committees that get unlimited amounts of money from unlimited sources from people who have unlimited resources themselves controlling our politics. And like money is controlling our politics. And I'm sick and tired of the Democratic Party acting like it's not true. The post-election analysis contains interviews with hundreds of operatives from all 50 states. David Hogg, former DNC vice chair, who was ousted over a procedural issue, has embarked on a primary spree against fellow members of his party, unsurprisingly called for Martin's resignation. Asked why in an interview with Politico Thursday, Hogg responded, "I mean, have you read the report? This cannot be the best person to lead us in that moment," Hogg said, emphasizing the missing elements of the report like Biden's age and the war in Gaza. "I can think of 100 different people that could do a better job." One Democratic operative who worked for the DNC and the Harris campaign called the autopsy a self-inflicted wound and unfortunate given victories in New Jersey and Virginia. Wow, that makes a lot of sense. Another senior Democratic operative close to the process who was granted anonymity to speak candidly said simply, "The report's so stupid, it's hard to make sense why something's in there and why it's not." Still, James Zogby, a longtime GNC member, said the backlash to Martin may be overblown. "I'm getting calls from people saying, do I think he should step down? And the answer is no, not at all," he said. "The people who are making the biggest fuss are the people who didn't want him in the first place." Wow. Even in its draft-like state, the report drew scathing conclusions as to why the party lost. Rivera in the autopsy wrote that Democrats have proven incapable of projecting strength, unity, and leadership, and voters have drifted away, citing Latinos voters' shift to Trump and highlighting the GOP's immense spending. The report also dings the Biden White House for saddling Harris with the immigration portfolio, which Trump and running mate J.D. Vance used to great effects after she took over the Democratic ticket. Okay, I'm going to agree with this. When Kamala Harris went to, I think it wasn't Mexico. It might have been Guatemala. And she said, do not come. That for me was that was the first knife in the heart for me. I was like, oh man, she's literally a child of immigrants telling other immigrants to not come to America. What the? It was in that moment, I'm like, the Democratic Party is continuing with their continuation of trying to to be more hard on immigration than the Republicans are. And it's a battle you're going to lose. And we did. And simply put, Rivera implies that Republicans are better at running campaigns. Well, I mean, with Donald Trump, yeah, they were. At times, it seemed Democrats are trying to win arguments while Republicans are focused on winning elections, the report says. Democrats operate in an ecosystem defined by reason, even in cycles when the electorate is defined by rage. The Harris campaign, in particular, struggled to respond to an attack ad that the Trump campaign ran featuring statements on transgender Americans. They all recognized the attack was very effective, Rivera wrote, and felt the campaign was boxed. Not every Democrat was upset by the release Thursday. Prominent centrist groups that argue the party has drifted too far to the left found validation in the report. Bro, who cares? Who are these prominent centrist groups? I don't care what they have to say. They're centrist. They can go start their own party. Deviate said, and proves that Dems are diet MAGA and the base doesn't want that. Yes. When freaking blue MAGA was happening, I was like, what the heck is this? I don't want this. I don't want to be MAGA, but just blue. That's crazy. And that's why when people ask, why is Trump so popular? Well, why do Democrats still keep trying to embrace Republicans into the party? Kevin Martin's autopsy of the autopsy was excellent, said Liam Kerr, co-founder of the centrist Welcome Pack. After spending a decade accepting all edits from every progressive interest group, better to just delete all DNC strategy docs and admit we need to start from scratch. Admitting incompetence is much better than denial. Jonathan Crowan, president of center-left group Third Way. Oh, fuck Third Way. No, the whole one who was like, Hassan Piker should not be a part of the Democratic Party. F the Third Way. Suggesting the report was shelved because it would anger progressives. Yeah, because y'all are lying. Third Way, you can seriously tell me that this is a legitimate autopsy? No. I think it's very clear why this report was buried, because it says in the opening it calls for Democrats to return to the vital center. Now I understand why a lot of very Twitter-friendly, super liberal DNC staff didn't want this to come out. The overwhelming takeaway from the autopsy after conversations with dozens of Democrats on Thursday was that it's time to move on. Folks want to point fingers and navel gaze, and this internal fight doesn't get us where we want to go, said Troy Gavito, president of Way to Win, a Democratic donor table. Sounds sus to me. We are months away from an external election period. The economy is in free fall, but the Constitution is in shreds. Democrats have to win and have to focus on what they need to do to win. And we weren't waiting for the DNC to replace the report to do that. Thank you. Okay, that was literally what I was just saying. The postmortem's release ends a month-long fight within the DNC over whether or not it should have been made public at all. Martin pledged to release the document publicly in January 2025, then reversed course in December. The move infuriated Democrats at war with themselves over what went wrong in the election, even as Martin said he was attempting to steer the party towards focusing on a series of post-2024 over performances rather than continuing to publicly rehash its botched presidential effort. But pressure continued to build on the DNC to release it, with liberal groups like Roots Action flooding DNC officers with thousands of emails, as activists and allies traded conspiracy theories about what could be in the report that the organization didn't want publicly aired. Martin reversed course, again, on Thursday, acknowledging in a Substack post that by trying to avoid creating a distraction after the party's wins last November, it created an even bigger distraction. So they just Barbra Streisand themselves. For that, I sincerely apologize. By putting a bright red disclaimer atop every page noting that the document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC, the party made one thing very clear. It still hasn't formed its own conclusions of what went wrong or where it's headed next. 1000%. Oh my God, yes, that is it. The DNC hasn't formed its own conclusion of what went wrong or where the DNC is headed next. This is why there are so many people out there that are not that confident about 2028. I'm starting to understand it. Wow, thank you, Politico. All right. Hold on, I just want to see anyone else. MS Now. Oh, Chris Cillizza? No, we are not watching Chris Cillizza. Oh my God. Okay, here. Let's watch our favorite, Mr. Kyle Kulinski, with his freshly bleached hair. He looks so good.
All right, y'all, got some breaking news here for you. So the DNC has now officially...
People like Zoran are winning, and the DNC is like, nah, we're good. Yeah, exactly. Why is the DNC not embracing Zoran Mamdani? They need to. It's their path forward. It's like, whatever. Let's just listen to Mr. Kulinski.
released the autopsy of the 2024 race, and it gets into why they think they lost. Now, Ken Martin is the head of the DNC. He had basically been going around in interviews and gaslighting us as to why he's refusing to release the autopsy. Well, now that it is released, allow me to say, I kind of understand why he didn't want to release it.
That makes
bro,
a lot of sense.
This thing's a mess, man. This thing is an absolute mess. So let me walk
There you
through
go.
it.
Our boy, our beautiful blonde boy. I mean, our beautiful bleached boy and friend of the show. He's not wearing all his earrings. I'm sad.
But right off the jump here, let me just say, 100% this was made with AI. Without a doubt. This was made
Really?
with
No way. Deviate, you called it. This whole report was made with AI. That's awful. Awful.
AI. It is an absolute joke. It is pathetic how off base this is. All right, so right off the jump here, let me just say, some of the reasons that they give for why Kamala lost, they say Trump's they-them attack ads
Oh
on
God.
Kamala were seen as highly effective. That's where Trump was saying, she only cares about trans people, whereas I care about you, the regular folks. To me, I think that's kind of stupid and dumb because Kamala wasn't talking about trans people. She never mentioned trans people. So to try to tar her with that, it rings very hollow, in my opinion. We also have the Biden team was criticized for failing to prepare Kamala properly. They say that the Democrats were neglecting rural voters. And they also say that Democrats relied too much on saying we're not Trump. Hey, we're not this guy. We're anything but this guy. Okay, so that's some of the conclusions. We also have Kamala Harris on the ballot helped down ballot Democrats more than Biden would have if he was on the ballot. In the report, they urge a shift away from identity politics and toward middle class and kitchen table issues like the economy and affordability. Yep. They also say that Republicans were more effective at messaging and data use, and they learned messages from the past better, including from Obama's campaign. Now, having said all that, you ready for this? So, mentions of Gaza, Palestine, or Israel in the 192-page report. Zero.
Oh my God, hold on. Wait. Oh, I already got rid of the report. Damn. Okay. That's okay. I was going to just key search
None.
it.
Not at all. It didn't bring it up at all.
That's crazy.
That is astonishing, especially given that we now have some data that has come out that shows it was a very big reason why Kamala wasn't able to juice the turnout among the base as much as she needed it. Okay, we already have polling data that indicates this was a huge, huge issue. Okay, more. In addition to flat-out factual inaccuracies that are in the report, and I'm going to give you some of those in just a little bit. But in addition to that, the report also doesn't discuss inflation, perceptions of Biden's age, and immigration.
Really? The report doesn't mention inflation? That's crazy. We know there was inflation. In 2022, we had inflation. COVID made inflation. That's crazy.
That's all left completely out of the report. Amazing. All right. Now, how do we know that this was written by AI?
Yeah.
Well, let me give you this. Here's some of the errors it contains. To Ken Martin's point about this document not being ready for prime time, which is something he said, it contains lots of errors and curious inclusions, even some that are puzzling to have in a draft. For instance, it lists 2 separate vote percentages for North Carolina for the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Mark Robinson. It says at one point he won 45% of the vote. At another point, it says he won 42.7% of the vote. Neither of those are correct. He won 40.1% of the vote. Okay?
Wow.
In
Come
one
on,
point,
AI.
it lifts up the Washington governor, Bob Ferguson, as an example of a candidate who did the right things, before later noting that he actually underperformed Kamala Harris. So their example of like the ideal is somebody who performed worse than Kamala did. It also misspells the names of politicians, like the Republican former Kentucky governor, Matt Bevin. They put Brevin instead of Bevin. And the Democratic former New Jersey governor, John Corzine. It's spelled John incorrectly. I mean, this is, again, this is amateur hour. This is amateur hour here. One of the things from the report that was like a big takeaway is that, hey, Democrats need to run a race like the governor of North Carolina, the Democratic governor of North Carolina. And of course, the takeaway people are having is like, bro, he was running against a Republican who was a black Nazi who was obsessed with racist porn.
Oh my God.
He's like that guy was the worst candidate maybe in U.S. history, and that's the only reason the Democrat won, is because Mark Robinson is a fucking mess. That was the Republican, Mark Robinson.
So Democrats were acting like we did something right there. No, we just got lucky. Deviate said, you could run on not being Trump, but you also have to answer how you're going to help them. Yes. And I feel like with Harris's race in 2024, I feel like it was her being like, I'm not Trump. Trump is going to ruin democracy. Trump is going to bring fascism. And we can't let that happen. But then they didn't say that how different they were going to be from Trump. They were just like, yeah, we should protect the border. Yeah, we should keep kids in cages still. Yeah, we should have this lethal military and be the peacekeepers of the world. Nah, it was like the Democrats were, and I'm saying this with Joe Biden too in 2020. Yeah, do not come. That forever breaks my heart about Kamala Harris. I can't believe she said that. Again, as a child of an immigrant. Of immigrants. I think both her parents, I don't know if her dad was an immigrant too, but damn.
Robinson. So, I mean, to say that's a dumb conclusion is the understatement of the century. I mean, obviously, every Democrat can't run against somebody who's got that long of a track record of being like an atrocious candidate. Duh. So that's ridiculous. Also, here's a crazy fact. So the guy who Ken Martin hired to do the report, okay? Obviously, this was an AI job. It was horrible.
Bushon in a box said it really benefited Trump that he dismissed Project 2025 during the campaign and then is making it the same laws that he's in power again. Exactly. Like how, that's such a good point, Bushon in a box. Thank you for bringing that up. How could Donald Trump get the questions, so your party is going to do this thing, Project 2025, that the Heritage Foundation wrote? Are you really going to do this? And Trump was like, I don't even know what it is. They're writing these things and I don't know. I don't even talk to them. And it's like, you idiot. Why couldn't, but that was such a good deflection. It was such a good deflection. And I mean, he tried to use it for the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, but there's just too many pictures of him and Jeffrey together that he's having a hard time to say that, I never met Epstein. I don't know who he is, blah, 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 Yeah. I didn't take that bait, but yeah, you got a lot of people. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, how can the Republicans be so good at squashing people's like legitimate concerns of them, but then the Democrats can't do the same. The Democrats are just like stuck in explaining themselves for like, it's like the Democrats are acting like they're caught in a lie and they weren't even lying. It's like, why are you doing this? Why can't you just be normal, Democrats? Why can't you just be normal?
It was terrible.
Sorry, I don't usually like to say that, but geez, I just want a normal party. Like, why do they have to be fighting with each other like this? Someone needs to take the reins. We need someone to like come in, whip the party into shape and just be like, I'm in charge now. You're going to listen to me and we're going to get through this together. But I don't know, man. Who was even the leader of the party? Obama? Joe Biden? No. No one knows.
It's not ready for prime time, as Ken Martin said, but he still was working for the DNC up until like today. Like he just got let go. Ken Martin announced to the staff today that the guy who wrote it, Rivera, is no longer working with the DNC. But like he was still on a project after doing this bullshit AI report that was completely fake and horrible. I mean, that is so embarrassing, man. It truly is embarrassing. And then also, I'll point this out for you guys. John Favreau said this from PodSave. He said, step 1, promise to release the
Oh my
autopsy.
God, we saw Adam
Step
Mockler.
2, put incompetent friend in charge. Step 3, incompetent friend produces incoherent product. Step 4, announce you're not releasing the autopsy. Step 5, lie about why. Step 6, gaslight people who ask, saying they're the problem. Step 7, face internal revolt. Step 8, release autopsy.
Yeah, and here we are.
Oh, my word. Man, that's crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. So after all that, everybody now on the timeline is basically like, yeah, I kind of get why he didn't release it. I kind of understand now why he didn't release it. But having said that, he could have just told us the truth about this from the beginning, right? He could have just said, look, the guy I hired didn't do a good job. He used AI. It's a bunch of bullshit in there. And so, like, that's why we're not going to release it. But the most important point, and this is what everybody should be stressing, is this. Why haven't you since commissioned a real expert to do a real report? Because there's a real report to be made about what happened, right? There's a real report that, for example, centers Gaza, centers Biden's failure on foreign policy, which led to a depressed base, which led to reduced turnout, right? There's a lot more to say about this. There's a lot to say about inflation. There's a lot to say about Biden's age. There's a lot to say about doing the switch without actually having a process and, having, an open DNC where you could have actually had something at least relatively more democratic than what we had, where they picked Kamala. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here, right? And nobody's talking about those things. So he should have commissioned
because they don't want to talk
report,
about it.
and he should have commissioned an actual expert to do their job right. And then we could be having a real discussion now about what actually went down. But instead, it's too perfect. It shows the incompetence of the people who work at the DNC. It also shows that they're liars who, covered their tracks every step of the way instead of just telling the truth here. And it shows this hellscape of AI that's taking over, where work is going to get more and more dreadful, and, we stray further and further from the light of God. So crazy stuff here, man. But DNC Autopsy has been officially released. It's an absolute mess. Somebody was saying it appears like it's 192 pages. It appears like there's factual errors almost on every single page.
Jesus.
Factual errors.
Jeez.
And it's like, come on, man. It's humiliating. This is absolutely humiliating. So do a real report and do your job properly. But in reality, like, you got to clean house at the DNC. Like, it should just be mass firings. There are a bunch of, like, corporate hacks who run that thing. We need real lefties, especially now that the Democratic Tea Party is in full effect and you got left-flank candidates who are winning all over the place.
Whoa. We got a Democratic Tea Party? That's what we're calling it? I'm down for that. That sounds cool. Let's give them the Tea Party they wanted in 2010. The real Tea Party. Put me in there. Heck yeah. We're gonna go to the Boston Harbor, and instead of dumping tea, we're just gonna dump what's something Trump related. I don't know, but yeah, that's crazy. The leftist Tea Party. I love that.
Left flank candidates. Faz Shakir, the person who ran Bernie's campaigns. He should absolutely be the head of the DNC. And he ran for it, and he almost won, but he should be the head of the DNC because he would never be this incompetent, and he would do a much better job. Like, this is crazy. Bring in Faz Shakir, clean house, get rid of these people, and make the DNC something that actual Democratic voters can be proud of instead of whatever the fuck this is.
Dump McCribs. M-Cribs. Wait, hold on. I don't know if...
All right, y'all got...
Heather Cox Richardson. Hold on. No. I don't know if she would talk about the DNC autopsy. Oh, wait. She's gonna go live at 3 p.m. I need to set up a little title screen like this with the upcoming thing. I really, really need to do that. Oh, wait. This was streamed 3 hours ago.
Good morning, everybody. Here from Tucson, Arizona, Doylestown, Pennsylvania, Greensboro, North Carolina.
Get full access, Letters of American. Whoops. All content of this video produced, re-uploading in whole or part without prior, okay. I guess we can't react to Heather Cox Richardson's streams, but Whatever. I just wanted to see if she said anything about the Democratic autopsy, but that was old. Okay. New York Post. No, today is the last day of Stephen Colbert's. No. No. Oh my God, I had no idea. That's so sad. The last. Oh my God, there's so many people lined up outside. Oh my God. And it's raining. Ah, that's crazy. This is well, we were there. We went to 30 Rock. That's crazy. Crazy. Sorry. Yeah, it's today. Man, we got to do something special for Stephen Colbert too then. Look at all these people waiting. And when do they start when do they tape the show? Let's see. It's 1:30 here, so then that means it's 3:30 in NYC. Yeah, and it's raining. What a send-off. That's crazy. I mean, I've been so tapped out of weather. I forget that it's spring and this is what spring weather looks like in the rest of the country. It's not like freaking 90 degrees today. Jeez. What is this ad placement? Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. Stephen Colbert's last day. Wow. Oh, let's see this.
Beyond possible amendments, is there anything that Senate Democrats plan to do legislatively to block this anti-weaponization fund? And separately, do you agree with the findings of this new DNC autopsy report?
Well, look, we'll do everything we can to stop this slush fund, whether it's in the courts, whether it's legislative, whether it's through reconciliation or any other legislative means. As for the...
You know what? Been shown in a box? Actually, it's 82. Actually, oh my God. Thank you for the correct weather. 82 degrees. Thank you, weather reporter Bishonen in a box. It feels like it's 90 degrees today. Okay, sorry. Continue with Chuck Schumer.
Second, I haven't seen the report yet. I've been kind of busy today.
What? He hasn't seen the report at all? He should have been like one of the first eyes on the draft. Wow. Completely disconnected party.
Last one.
What is your opinion on the lifting sanction on Russian oil? And there are a lot
I think Trump.
Stupid oil. Okay. Okay, here. Let's see, ABC News.
Why did Kamala Harris lose the 2024 election? That's the question a newly released DNC report is trying to answer. The report saying, in part, in the face of misinformation and disinformation, our candidates have proven incapable of projecting strength, unity, and leadership, and voters have drifted away. The after-action report, also called an autopsy, was released after months of delay. The DNC chair initially opposed the report's release, calling it a distraction, but now says it's necessary for transparency. Joining us to break it all down is ABC's political director, Avery Harper. Avery, break down the top headlines from this report for us.
Yeah, this report doesn't really outline anything that is dramatically new. Instead, it puts a name to some of the painful realities that resulted in losses up and down the ballot for Democrats in 2024. And so it says that Democrats failed to build up Kamala Harris before she became the nominee, that they struggled to make an affirmative case for her candidacy. And they also say that Democrats underestimated just how much economic anxiety and cultural issues, including some of those transgender attack ads that we saw in 2024, that really hurt them with key voting blocs.
And DNC Chair Ken Martin ran on releasing this report, then changed his mind. So why is it coming out now?
Yeah, he initially said that this was a report that was, quote unquote, not ready for prime time. He referred to it as sloppy. And then he didn't want to take away from some of the wins that Democrats had in off-year elections in November of 2025. Now he says that the distraction of not releasing it at all became bigger than the report itself. And so he decided to release it after actually another media outlet posted it.
Avery, is there anything in this report that shows why the DNC maybe didn't want it released?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty brutal, a brutal evaluation of DNC leadership and those who were around President Biden and the lead up to 2024. It says that Harris wasn't properly prepared for a presidential run, that Democrats relied too heavily on anti-Trump messaging, and that they took key voting blocks for granted.
And what does this all mean for the Democratic Party going forward? Are there any lessons that they can learn from?
Yeah, I think that the report does emphasize that the Democratic Party needed stronger economic messaging. And I think that that's something that they've already started to implement, as we've seen so many Democrats focus on issues of affordability. It also claimed that the Democratic Party needed to invest more in reaching out to Latino voters year-round, to working class voters, to more rural voters, and that it needed to invest in a media strategy that really reaches voters where they are, not just through traditional means like television ads.
Yeah.
Avery Harper, thank you.
Maybe people can reach voters by going on certain political Twitch streamers' podcast. Deviate said, "What if you weren't in a box at Bishonen in a box? She'd Bishonen out of the box." Sorry. It would be shorting. I'm gonna stop. All right. Let's switch gears a little bit. Let's check in on the fires. We had so much fun. Oh, unsub. No. Okay. Please, everyone in chat right now, if you haven't liked this video, hit the little thumbs up like video. It really helps me out. And if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I stream politics almost every day at this point, every week. So yeah, please subscribe. All right, let's continue. Let's watch these fires. Yeah, subscribe or Easter Island head. Damn, they were in people's houses. So this is a Bane fire. The one that was in Riverside. I mean, by Corona. Oh man, someone's deck. Someone's deck just getting busted up. Bishonen in a box. Oh, no more fires in LA. Save us all and save my nose. Yeah. Oh my God. The air quality. The poor cats. We didn't let the cats out yesterday at all. We have a little catio and the cats like to chill outside. But oh my God, we didn't let them out at all yesterday because the air quality was bad. And we kind of not letting them out today either. But yeah, air quality is so bad. Like I was saying, allergies bad. With just regular springtime allergies, but now having all this fire, all of this in the air was crazy. So stay safe, everyone. Air quality is bad and it'll probably continue being bad. Man, was that house on fire? Oh my God, they're cutting into the roof. That was crazy. Crazy footage. Deviate said, did Bane start this fire? Yes, it was.
Because he was not merely born and bred innocent out of the fire.
Sorry.
That's the Bane voice. Don't you know, Batman?
I'm sorry. I'm trolling. What was the actor's name who played Bane? Tom Hardy? Tom Baby Girl Lips Hardy? I'm sorry, Bashona in a box is the Bane voice. I'm sorry. That scared you.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
The mask.
If I pull that off, will you die?
It would be extremely painful.
You're a big guy.
For you.
The best of Bane, Dark Knight Rises. Here we go. I swear, if I get copyrighted by this, I'm gonna... No, Bashona in a box said, is he Russian or something? No, he's British, right? Thank you, he's British.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it. Molded by...
See?
You merely adopted the fires of Southern California, but I was born in it, Bishonen in a box. I was born with the fires all around me as a child.
Okay. People are leaving. Nobody likes my Bane voice. Oh man. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me, everyone. Oh god. Oh my god. Also, oof. We have important CSUSB news. Important CSUSB news. Oof. Ooh, this is bad. Okay. One of my professors tagged me in this post. We got to check it out after this. But okay, yeah. Dang. Crazy fires. Okay. Sorry. Let's get to this CSUSB news because, oh my god, this is shocking. Yeah, shout out to Dr. Corrigan. ASI opposes the university's plan to increase... Oh, never mind. This is not what I wanted to see. Hold on. There we go. From KVCR. And shout out to Madison Ament. Okay. CSU to pay $12 million in employment discrimination settlement. Oof. Okay, let's go to let me not dox my stuff. Okay. KVCR. Yeah, $12 million. How is this going to affect the school? Thank God I'm done. Oof. Okay. CSU settles gender harassment and retaliation cases. Adelanto detainees. Oh, this is just... Okay, here, let's listen to this real quick.
For KVCR News, I'm Tony Lopez. California State University has settled gender harassment and retaliation cases with two former administrators at Cal State San Bernardino. The lawsuits allege that CSUSB leadership oversaw a hostile work environment for women. KVCR's Madison Ament reports.
Damn.
The plaintiffs alleged they were punished or ignored over complaints of pay inequity, harassment, and retaliation.
Yikes.
Claire Weber was fired from her role as an assistant provost at CSUSB after raising concerns about being paid less than male counterparts. Weber says the settlement is justice for her and Anissa Rogers, the other plaintiff.
I do hope going forward that the CSU and the Cal State University Board of Trustees follows their own policies.
Wow.
Attorneys for Weber and Rogers say they believe the settlement, that's $12 million, is the largest for employment discrimination against the CSU. Meanwhile, a spokesman for Cal...
Wow. No. At my school, brother. Oh my God. Sorry, Deviate. You said, how does this affect LeBron's legacy? Wow. Two former administrators at Cal State San Bernardino were awarded $12 million to settle their claims that... Oh, Deviate said 12 meters? Oh, 12 million. That's crazy. Claims that the university fired or forced them out of their jobs after raising alarms about gender-based harassment. Retaliations of unequal pay. Yeah, 12 million. That is a lot. I mean, if it sounds like it was two people, so I don't know if it gets split, but 6 million each. Wow. You know, I have a friend that she's female, and she works for Cal State San Bernardino. I would be very scared being a woman and working at this school because, like, what is this? This is what surfaced, barely, you know? How many things have not reached the day of light? Wow. Okay, the settlement announced May 12th that the law firm representing the two administrators resolves claims sorry, I got lost. Resolves claims brought by former Vice Provost of Academic Affairs Claire Weber and former Dean Anissa Rogers. I wonder what department she was dean for. Oh no, was she the dean for... Oh, she was the dean for the Palm Desert campus, but she's a social worker, so she was in the social and behavior sciences, the SBS. That was my department. Yikes. $6 million gender discrimination harassment verdict against CSU, California State University. And yeah, get them out of there, damn. October 20th, 2025, on a precedent setting victory against California State University, Andrew H. Freeman and Courtney Abrams, in partnership with renowned lead trial attorney David M. DeRubertis, obtained $6 million jury verdict on behalf of former California State University San Bernardino Associate Dean Anissa Rogers in a lawsuit entitled Claire Weber versus Anissa Rogers versus a Board of Trustees, California. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Thomas Morales, you know, and Jake Zhu, who was the individual in question for doing the discrimination. Dr. Rogers alleged in her lawsuit that despite repeated reports by her and other employees, including both men and women, to multiple CSU officials that defendant Jake Zhu, dean of CSU's San Bernardino Palm Desert campus, that's the one that's all the way out there, was harassing and discriminating against female employees on account of their gender. Oof. CSU took no action whatsoever to remedy the situation. Instead, CSU constructively fired Dr. Rogers from her associate dean position. Wow. Imagine how hard it is to get to that position, to be an associate dean, and then they just fired her? What? The jury's $6 million award is entirely for non-economic damages, including compensation for emotional distress and the personal toll suffered by Dr. Rogers on account of workplace gender discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Dr. Rogers' claims highlighted how the nation's largest public university system, employing more than 56,000 people across 23 campuses, failed to enforce its own anti-harassment policies despite repeated internal warnings and public scandals. This case exposed what women inside Cal State have been saying for years. Bro, this is why I have like no female professors, because who the hell would want to work here? The mistreatment of women within the Cal State system is not just a series of one-off incidents. No. The problem is systematic and structural. God damn. I'm sorry. I'm super disappointed in my school. Yeah, 4 years. Holy wow. The verdict should serve as a loud message to CSU to clean up its act and take complaints of employment violations seriously, Friedman added. Cal State can no longer ignore the systematic twin problems of gender-based mistreatment and retaliation that is endemic. This is crazy. So, what I'm reading is that the CSU system is not a place for women. If the CSU system does not want to make it a friendly place for students, for teachers, for anyone apparently, because they just want to treat us like, you know, sex objects or whatever, then goddamn, no. The jury saw an importance of holding up this institution to account, and we're very appreciative of that. Dr. Rogers' lead trial lawyer, David M. argued that gender-based mistreatment of Dr. Rogers was an inevitable result after CSUSB ignored a 2015 climate survey that suggested a culture of fear, intimidation, gender-based mistreatment, and bullying at Cal State San Bernardino. Bro, this has been well aware for 10 years. 10 years, and Cal State San Bernardino is just barely starting to address it. Or, I mean, they're not even addressing it. They're just doing damage control. Sorry, chat. I just needed to let a breath out because goddamn. At trial, CSUSB San Bernardino President Tomas Morales admitted that neither recommendation was implemented. So there was a recommendation after this climate survey? What? Hold on. CSUSB. Perfect. Oh, it's 34 pages. Okay. Oof. Who are we comment? Who are we kidding here? Do we really need to do a survey to see that the morale is in the dumps? Wow. Okay, in June 2015, I don't know what Fora sponsored. Okay, committee consider, so a bunch of, okay, here we go, data. Who responded? Tenured faculty, tenured track faculty, lecturers. Oh my God. So they got every, okay. Interesting. And former CSUSB employees, okay. All right, let's see. Highlight of the summarized data follows. We begin with the survey items that asked about morale. Yeah, DV8 said, what the hell is going on out there? Like, holy 10 years of no addressing the issue. Yeah, that's really concerning. I did not know about this report from 2015. I knew things were bad, but like, you know, I didn't know it was this bad. Okay, look it. This is employee survey. I am proud to say I work at CSUSB. Faculty who agreed, 67%. Staff, 82%. Admin, 90%. The quote, my work gives me a sense of personal accomplishment. Faculty showed up a little bit more and said 88%. Staff, 78%. Admin, 93%. The quote, I like my job. Faculty said 82% agree. Staff, 82% agree. Admin, 81% agree. That seems like where they most align with is I like my job. Okay. The work that I do is satisfying. 84% faculty agreed. 76% of staff agreed. 85% of admin agreed. Employee morale is good on campus. 16% of staff agreed. 16% of faculty agreed. 22% of staff. 36% of admin. Even admin was aware of this problem. Why is morale so bad? What happened? Okay. Morale has changed since I was hired. Faculty, 66%. Okay. Pretty much all three employee levels. And former employees. Former employees say morale has changed, and that was the reason why they left. Wow. Yeah, DV8, holy, the employee morale. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to hit up my teachers after this and be like, hit them with these same questions and see what they respond. Because, man, this is bad. Morale has gotten better. Really bad results. The people who say it's gotten better is admin. Morale has gotten worse. Faculty, 90%. Wow. Why are these professors so unhappy? Why don't these professors like their job? I don't know why. Okay, morale comments. Job satisfaction, optimism about future. Well, that here we are 10 years down the line and no optimism. Leadership. Okay, negative things. Leadership. Not valuing employees, loss of institutional values, loss of family/talent, work and workload. Oh, come on. I'm still trying to figure out how heavy a workload is for a professor, and I cannot figure out if it's worse or less than a regular 9-to-5 job. Environment. Lack of authentic accountability. That sounds like a good response to me. All right, the campus climate has changed from a friendly and open communication where one could disagree without fear of retaliation to environment where staff and faculty are worried about speaking up. A few years ago, I would have said I was proud to work here. That has changed, as the heart and soul of this university has changed for the worse. Wow, okay. A little bit of data on leadership. I have confidence that senior management of this campus is capable of addressing the challenges we face. Faculty, 18% agreed. Staff, 28%. Admin, the most shocking, because they are the leaders, 50% agree. That means 50% of them disagree. Senior management is open to receiving feedback. Faculty, 18% agree. Staff, 26. Admin, 41. So that means more admin than not understand that senior management is not open to receiving feedback. That's crazy. Senior management inspires confidence in the future success of this university. Senior management acts with honesty and integrity. Both low. I want to find out what positions are considered senior management. Is that just like, it's not the deans, right? Position. I guess just administrators. What's the... Okay, by far the most staff is the hourly staff. What is exempt staff? They're probably not even unionized. Huh. Okay, let's continue with this. This is crazy. Then we'll get back to the article. Shared governance decision making in their department, faculty, in their division for the whole university. Even admin. All right, DV8. See you later. Thank you for joining us. Peace out. Have a good rest of your day. Shared governance decision making. Wow. Department level. Okay, the recommendations. Restore trust. To restore trust requires top leadership to acknowledge problems exist, listen to employees, demonstrate all employees are valued, active steps are being taken to restore trust, why this will not, why it can be done, blah, blah, blah. Oh, so there was a 2015 to 2020 strategic plan. Oof. Looking ahead, next report. Yeah, I bet that Cal State San Bernardino is not was not focused on that in 2020. All right, let's continue with this document from Dr. Rogers' lawyers. All right, so CSUSB ignored the 2015 climate survey that suggested a culture of fear, intimidation, gender bias-based mistreatment, and bullying at CSUSB, and recommended adoption of an anti-bullying policy and an audit of HR practices and policies. At trial, President Morales admitted that neither recommendation was implemented. Great. Courtney Abrams, blah, 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 also represented Dr. Rogers, announced Monday following the multi-week trial overseen by LA County Superior Court Judge Maurice Lettier that the jury verdict represents a resounding rejection of CSU's long-running denials of gender bias within its rank. Dr. Rogers stood up not only for herself, but for other women who have been subjected to gender-based double standards within the Cal State system. Jesus. Together, Friedman, Abrams, and DeRuberis represented Claire Weber, former vice provost. Since 2000. Okay, that's it. That's crazy. The lawsuit filed March 23. Weber claims she was fired shortly after formally raising concerns about unequal pay between male and female administrators within the university. Rogers alleged she was forced out of her position after reporting harassment and retaliation to high-level executives in the university. Rogers was previously awarded $6 million by a Los Angeles jury in lawsuits alleging severe or pervasive gender harassment on the job. She claimed that she was forced to step down after confronting Zoo about a meeting which male department heads mistreated a female administrator in Zoo's presence. Weber's, male department heads. Which departments? I know some of the department heads. Weber's related claims were to be set for a second trial, but were ultimately resolved as part of the broader settlement agreement, which is believed to be the largest reported employee discrimination settlement against the CSU system, according to the law firm. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Crazy. Whoops. All right. Let's switch to the next story. Let me let this play. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Welcome to Soberanía,
But yeah, we're gonna get into Mexico news now.
the Mexican Politics Podcast. I'm your co-host, Kurt Hackbart.
Whoa.
On our first live, I screwed it up. My own name. You'd think I would get that right.
Yeah, we're not even that close.
Not even close.
Yeah.
You're Kurt Hackbart. I'm Jose Luis Granado, Mexican journalist living and working in Mexico
I am Kurt
City.
Hackbart, but we're not live.
We're not actually live.
We're not actually live. Otherwise, a lot of other things can and would have happened. But we will be going live starting in June. Same time. Just a little half hour later, Wednesdays at 10 a.m. That's the big announcement here. We've been doing the falso vivo up until now, right? The fake live. Recording the day before for calendar logistical reasons. But starting in June, we're going to be going full live Wednesdays at 10 a.m. So, join us for that if you're not already, and join us in the chat. Let's liven that chat up a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I am Kurt Hackbart, Jacobin Magazine, Canal 11, Sin Muros, Matthew Sade.
Drop site news, Canal 11, Sin Muros, you know the drill.
Ready for
an
a
episode?
non-live yet episode of Soberanía.
All right, very good.
Just shot the microphone holder here.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we also made a little bit of an adjustment there, just every day, trying to do things that's a little bit better. That's why we're doing the live thing.
Make this show better for you.
All right, let's throw the rundown on the screen. Soberanía number 107. Here's what we're going to be talking about this week. We're going to be talking about the Morena mobilization march in Chihuahua, into the heart of enemy territory. In the panista-governed Chihuahua state, which of course has been at the center of a controversy since we discovered the CIA was illegally operating there. Second topic.
A small matter.
Just so
a little
detail there.
Nothing to do with the with the history of Latin America writ large there.
We're also going to be talking about the U.S. demands for extradition, which obviously we've talked a lot about on this show, the ones targeting Mexican politicians, first and foremost, Sinaloa Governor Rocha. But we had a very interesting presentation this morning, as when this program is being recorded, May 19th, in the Mañanera, where it turns out Mexico's made its fair share of extraditions, and none of them, zero, have actually been followed up on.
Goose egg.
And we want to bring you some good news. We talk a lot about how busy the president is, about her morning press conferences. She's up early for the security cabinet meetings. But we don't ever talk about what she does on the weekends, or we rarely do. So we're going to do a little bit of a highlight
talk about
reel.
her weekend tours, but I really want to go through one step by step so you can actually see what one of these weekend trips is
How's
like.
she do it? If I don't have my weekends to recover, I'm exhausted on Monday.
And then she's back for the Mañanera again on Monday morning.
And of course, Losers and Haters, which is related to our long-running commentary around the situation in Chihuahua. As always, I'd like to leave you wanting. Stay tuned for that segment. I know it is the favorite of many of you out there. This one's a good one. Really kind of gets to the heart of the propaganda apparatus that is put into motion, I would say. All right, let's start with our first topic. Let's go to this headline here from Mexico Solidarity Media. 20,000 march in defense of the homeland in Chihuahua by Fernanda Monroy. This was originally published in Revista Contralínea, where our friend Nancy Flores works, where we did a great interview with her. Check that out. Oh, we forgot to mention, by the way, speaking of El Taller.
Oh, boy, do we have a taller
we have a great one coming up
Coming out tomorrow as you watch this.
On Thursday.
Are we going to reveal?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
The great Ajamo Barraco will be joining us to talk about World Cup protests / boycotts on both sides of the border, and how they're trying to build a 3-nation coalition to get the World Cup out of the U.S. and the Olympics in 2028, but also to address the underlying corruption in big sports. We talk about big pharma, we talk about big ag. It's time to talk about big sports, too.
Yeah. I think we haven't decided on the headline, but I'm leaning towards one, which is when he mentioned about how the fans of the sport aren't the ones who are going to be able to go to the game.
Yeah, that's it. Right?
So what's the point?
And just to clear for the record, just ahead of time, very quickly, very preemptively, we're not against soccer. We're not against football. We know how people love it. We're against the corruption of the FIFA, and we're against the fact that a murderous empire like the United States gets to host 70% of the games, and then the Olympics following up with it, which they have no right doing.
I'm a huge fan of organized professional sport.
Yeah.
The NFL is my passion.
Yeah.
I was just talking to you on the way over here. I was like, I have an itch to watch a game, something, baseball, soccer, football, whatever it is. So it's not about being against the sport. It's about the corruption and the people behind that corruption.
And anyway, the interview is already in the can, so we can tell you that it's a really good one. It's really worth watching.
Check it out. This one's in English.
Yeah.
All right, back to this story. 20,000 marched in defense of the homeland for Chihuahua by Fernanda Monroy from Contralínea. So Mexico Solidarity Media translated this. It's a really great crónica. It's a nice narrative journalism piece about what it was like to be there on the ground, witnessing this demonstration. Suffice it to say, I think it was a really important mobilization. It wasn't the largest demonstration that Morena has been able to pull off in Mexico, but it's kind of missing the point, right? I think the point is that on a very short notice and in very difficult circumstances, it's worth noting that the governor did everything she could to actually impede people from even getting there.
Blocking roads,
toll booths, tearing up the road, quite literally. Public work projects that she should have done in the beginning of her term suddenly had to be done over the weekend. Even shutting down public transport, making it as difficult as possible. Nonetheless, 20,000 people show up to show their discontent with the governor and to say that the Mexican population is not okay with the CIA conducting illegal operations inside of Mexican territory.
That's exactly right, Jose Luis. And, kudos to Morena for doing this, even on short notice. And this is obviously has everything to do with the new head of the party. Ariana Montiel. Absolutely. We see the new face of the party in action here very clearly, right?
In fact, let's throw that tweet up from Samuel on the screen there. For Ariana Montiel, president of Morena. Remember, she is new to this position. This is a very recent change and a very positive change, I would say, given the signs that she has given thus far, saying, quote, the governor decided to stop being governor and surrendered power to foreign agents. Carrying anti-CIA signs and Mexican flags, Morena led thousands as they marched on Chihuahua's right-wing pan government, demanding the impeachment, it's an important note to make, of Governor Maru Campos, who illegally allowed U.S. agents to operate inside of Mexico.
We should see more of that in protests in general around the world, anti-CIA signs. That warms the heart to see anti-CIA signs.
Not a controversial take
at
on
a
it.
march. So this is very important, what Montiel says there, that she stopped being governor, just surrendered to foreign agents. In her speech, she also laid out, all of the people's charges against Maru Campos. We see this in the next tweet by Tony Huizar, if we want to put that one up on the screen as well. It's violation of sovereignty, attack against the republic, grave national security violations, subordination to foreign powers, obstruction of justice, following the revelations, and destruction of evidence, and violating constitutional supremacy in foreign relations. So that's, the accusations made in a sort of people's tribunal. And then from there, from the march, they're going to go out and collect signatures demanding a juicio politico or an impeachment. Let us remind everyone that there are really two ways to impeach in Mexico. Either the state legislature can initiate the impeachment, which won't happen because Morena doesn't have a majority in the Chihuahua legislature, but also the federal Congress can initiate the impeachment proceedings, where Morena has, not only a simple majority, but a 2/3 majority.
With its allies.
With its allies, with its coalition partners. So if Morena wants to go ahead with this at the federal level, they have the numbers to do it. And so there needs to be a push from the public and from the party, it must be said, to overcome certain inertias. One of them is called, begins with Ricardo and ends with Monreal. who
wasn't at the rally, by the way.
Who wasn't at the rally to get this impeachment over the finish line or to get it started, right? This also obviously has a political benefit, right? It isolates Mauro Campos, it keeps her on the defensive, and it keeps her treason against the country front and center as the fundamental point. And it also, of course, tarnishes the rest of the PAN party who have openly defended her. So it really very, we say here very clearly,
I'm back, chat. I'm
nitidamente,
I was watching on my phone while I was taking a little bathroom break. Oh, my hair got messed up. It's okay. But yeah, World Cup, gonna be crazy. And now we're getting into the good part of this stream that I wanted to watch was what Claudia's going to do.
Delineates the debate for the public, right? Between people who believe in sovereignty and people who don't. People who, believe that Mexico should, operate under its own laws and constitutional procedures, and people who think that governors should be able to conspire against the federal government with a foreign power. And that's what this does, because I think Morena, in the initial weeks following what happened in Chihuahua, was in danger of fumbling the football and really letting the whole thing fritter away. And now it's very clear that the juicio político and Campos' treason is front and center here. And just to round out the point, we've been critical on this show in other circumstances about Morena's inaction. We talked about the Los Angeles case, for example, right?
Great example.
Right? When, Mexican Americans were out there on the streets and, with the Mexican flag. And then there were some pictures, for example, one guy next to a burnt out car. And then, all the pearl clutchers were like, well, they're not real Mexicans. They don't represent us. It's like, fuck you and shut up. First of all, just shut up.
Oh, sorry. This is too funny. For those of you who don't know, at least this show, they kind of market themselves as the only podcast in English for Mexican politics. So it's really great to shout out to the, hold on. Soberania. There we go. Soberania podcast. So I know they're a little bit of Morena stands, but that's okay. We need the perspective.
I mean, those people are they're sticking their neck out there, facing a very repressive government, and here you are trying to wash your hands of any.
Oh my God, it's just ick, right? Very ick. And then there were calls for protests and street protests in Mexico in support of that, some in front of the embassy, and Morena at that time just kind of we didn't organize that. We have nothing to do with it. It's like, come on. The party is not the government. The government has to be cautious.
Well, they threw a low-level activist under the bus, remember?
They absolutely did. A state-level activist who was doxxed by Christopher Lando.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? Party did not back her up at all. Pretty shameful moment. So, here we see some fight. And here we see a party acting like a party and not just as a PR appendage of the presidency.
Yeah.
Which is important. Yep. The party is a different entity, and it's got different functions. And this is one of them, actually, to, again, front and center the debate on the treason of Mauro Campos and what needs to go ahead. Otherwise, what do you want? Low-grade secession movements in border states or in far-right governed states?
We already know the United States is flirting with Alberta separatism.
Right. At the same time.
How did we lose part of our territory? Mm-hmm. Well, it's because there was these separatists in Texas.
Yeah.
You really want to set up the conditions for that?
How it all
in Mexico.
They were too slow in responding, from the faraway central government of Mexico at the time, was Santana, to the Mexicans who started Texan separatism. Right? So, it's not a minor story, and it's one that, in the context of, and we'll talk about this more in the second segment, the U.S. trying to pick off people in country after country in Latin America, either by accusations or kidnapping or what have you, to try to turn Latin America into a series of protectorates, which are, ostensibly self-governed, but are absolutely right in the hands of the United States. It brings all the more to the fore how terrible what she did.
Yep.
Kind of a mangled English sentence, but how terrible it was what she did then at that place and time.
Listen, we may speak with a fluent English, but sometimes I think in Spanish and it comes out in English and it doesn't work. Anyway.
Well, it's not as bad as Trump saying cartol.
To add to what you were saying, there's one thing that I really want to highlight about this, and it's actually a reflection that Stephanie Weatherby, who's a friend of ours of the show and geopolitical analyst, she's Mexican. I was talking to her for a different interview, but she made a really good point that I think is worth emphasizing here, which is that there is a danger by trying to manage the relationship strictly from the presidency, which is that you kind of demobilize your base.
Demobilize the base.
If you say we have everything under control, we're talking at these bilateral tables, and there is, of course, a very important role for that because we've seen it in action. This is what Claudia's been doing. She has
The cool
successfully
head
handled
and
them
the
off.
like, yeah.
But it can demobilize, right? It can make it seem like, okay, well, they'll take care of everything. I don't need to be ready to, march or demonstrate or be ready to engage in a higher level of political activism if everything's being handled. So the fact that the party says, no, our
Dude,
role
is that what happened to Obama? Is that what happened to Barack Obama in 2008? He had such broad support, and then the party was like, nah, we don't worry about it. We got this. And then people just not disassociated, but just stood by and just let, politics play out without really participating in it. And now that's what's happening to Claudia Sheinbaum. Interesting.
In a way that, the people don't have to, in a language that the people don't have to adopt.
Yes.
Maybe the presidency feels it,
has to take a more diplomatic route,
but not the people don't.
The people don't. The people can hold a tribunal, right? And hold the feet to the fire of this governor, who is, by the way, leaning into her treason, saying, well, this is a successful operation. Why should I have to answer to the Senate, which has, senators who are being accused of ties to organized crime? I'm trying to actually, as opposed to the contrition that I do think that the moment demands, instead of leaning into it. And so this is why it's important.
In her clumsy, awkward way, trying to parlay it into a presidential bid.
Oh, that's absolutely what's happening. And her security minister is trying to use his position and his role in all of this to also position himself to be the governor of Chihuahua.
And so why would you abandon the field to these ridiculous people?
You can't. And so it's amazing and really encouraging that the party is taking a different route with this and saying, we're going to demonstrate. And to do it under adverse circumstances, right? Like I said, check out MexicoSolidarity.com, read that article, and read the Crónica. Chihuahua is a hot state. That alone is just like, you're asking people to go out there, endure the sun, to march down the streets, to face down with some of the thugs, state security forces.
Figurative sense as well, exactly. Not just temperature.
Who were there, and, apparently some journalists were also attacked by state security forces, right? So it's not like, a walk in the park. This was a march that required a certain level of organizational discipline. I also am really encouraged by seeing the Mexican flag. I say that because every time you look at kind of right-wing movements in Latin America, they adopt the nation's flag as kind of their symbol of protest. We're not allowing that to happen in this case, right? Of course, I mean, how could they? They're the ones who are welcoming in the CIA.
They'd have to have the,
so it's good that they're like, this is an opening for us. The flag belongs to all of us, and we're not going to let you co-opt it and use it as a symbol against the state or against the government. So a lot of really encouraging things. Check out that post by Wisad as well, what he has to say about the speech that Montiel gave, which I think was good. I'm not a huge fan of her manner of speaking, but their message is great, right? Violation of sovereignty. This is attack against the republic. These are national security violations. This is subordination to foreign powers, obstruction of justice and destruction of evidence, violating constitutional supremacy and foreign relations. I mean, when you see them in a list like that, when you hear her give that speech, you're like, no wonder this is serious.
And this
isn't grave.
It is grave. I mean, this isn't just a one-off speech from Montiel either. You've seen her all over this issue since she became president of Morena, and amongst, together with other issues, with that same kind of, force behind it. We don't have to love her manner of speaking to realize that she's an intimidating figure up there on the podium.
That's true.
She's an intimidating figure up on the podium, which is something that Luis Manuel Alcalde didn't quite pull off.
Yeah.
Right?
What do you make of the fact that...
No nonsense, no effing around.
What do you make of the fact that Andy was there, though? He's still in a key position of party. He's not going anywhere.
He's still number 3 in the party.
Yeah.
So, he should have been there, as long as he remains in that position.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Ready to move on to our next topic? So there you have it. Obviously, we're going to be coming back.
Before we move on, let's read this article from Reuters. Oh my God, these ads are out of control. There we go. Okay. Exclusive. Mexico's Sheinbaum tells her party that officials should quit if tied to corruption, sources say. By Diego Ore? I don't know. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has told officials from her ruling Morena party to resign if they are involved in acts of corruption, according to two-party sources, amid increased pressure from the U.S. against politicians in Mexico with alleged ties to country's powerful drug cartels. Oof, that's crazy. That's crazy. Sheinbaum delivers a message at a meeting with Morena governors last Thursday at the National Palace, according to sources. A week prior to May 7th, she made the same request in a meeting with party lawmakers. Neither the presidency nor Morena responded to request for comment. The ultimatum was that if they are involved in anything shady, they must resign and face the consequences, said one of the Morena sources, who spoke to Reuters on the condition of okay. Sheinbaum did not mention names nor say what action would be taken if officials did not step down, the sources said. Her message to party officials, which has not been previously reported, is the latest example of the fallout from the high-profile U.S. indictment announcement last month that charged Sinaloa State Governor Ruben Rocha and other current and former officials with alleged involvement in the Sinaloa cartel. In public, Sheinbaum has criticized the U.S. extradition request that accompanied the indictment, saying they lack sufficient evidence for Mexico to issue arrest warrants. Interesting. She requests clear proof from the U.S. and said if it is not forthcoming, the charges appear politically motivated. But by private meetings with Morena suggests Sheinbaum is taking a different tack with her own party. Rocha is an influential Moreno official and close ally of former President AMLO, Sheinbaum's predecessor and mentor. Yes, we know AMLO. Rocha, who denies wrongdoing, has temporarily stepped aside as local investigation proceeds. Reuters previously reported that the U.S. indictment triggered a rift in Morena as factions jostle over how to respond, with some wanting Rocha and others to be protected from U.S. interventionism, while another group advocates for combating corruption within party ranks. Fears of U.S. campaign. The two-party sources said there's also growing concern in Morena that the U.S. will use anti-terrorism laws to go after officials and that Morena itself can be implicated, like several Mexican cartels have been. That is so true. Donald Trump literally went and took out Maduro like in a month. And why would that not happen to these Mexican cartel leaders or lower level or, not these state level Mexican politicians. So yeah, I totally would imagine the United States doing that. When asked about the possibility at a regular press conference, Sheinbaum batted it away, saying she saw no risk of Morena being designated as a foreign terrorist organization. But behind closed doors, the sources said Sheinbaum has delivered a different message, warning party officials of the risk to Morena and its allies if corruption allegations continue to fester. We must guarantee the future of Morena, she told her party members. Sheinbaum is set to receive Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. I didn't know his name was one word. I thought Wayne was his middle name. That's crazy. Mark Wayne. I thought Wayne was his middle name. Okay, Mark Wayne Mullen on Thursday as tensions between two countries continue to escalate. Diplomatic spat. Last month, the death of two U.S. officials in a car crash in northern Mexico sparked a diplomatic spat over what they were doing traveling with a convoy of Mexican security forces returning from a raid on drug labs, sources told Reuters. The U.S. officials were CIA officers. No way. So CIA officers got into a car crash in Mexico and they died? Oh my God. The presence of U.S. personnel in anti-cartel operations is a deeply sensitive matter in Mexico. Sheinbaum has long maintained that she welcomes intelligence sharing and security cooperation, but will not accept U.S. agents or forces participating in operations on Mexican territory, which totally makes sense. This is within their own region. Let them handle it. That's what, two states would do with each other. But, United States is not you know, a normal country. So we just send people, you know, into whatever country we want to be in because that's how we operate. In contrast, U.S. President Donald Trump repeatedly called for greater use of U.S. military force to combat Mexican cartels and has threatened that the U.S. could go it alone if Washington feels Mexico isn't doing enough. With tensions simmering, a U.S. Department of State official said the government has started a review of more than 50 Mexican consulates operating in the United States. What the... A move that could result in the closure of some diplomatic offices. Great. So, like, of course, the United States would want to close down Mexican consulates in our own country. Oh my God, to make relations even worse. Crazy. Okay, let's continue with the podcast.
Back to this issue, frequently, I think. This is not going away anytime soon. And in fact, this next topic has a lot to do with what we were just talking about. So, as a matter of review, this scandal breaks out because these 2 CIA agents are killed, and it reveals that it turns out the CIA has been active in Mexico, apparently through the collaboration with the Chihuahua state governor.
What?
And it was a huge scandal. It remains. It was
Damn.
huge.
So this governor was working with the CIA without the Mexico's president's knowledge. That's crazy. Yeah. Here, let me run that back real quick so you can hear it.
And in fact, this next topic has a lot to do with what we were just talking about. So, as a matter of review, this scandal breaks out because these 2 CIA agents are killed, and it reveals that it turns out the CIA has been active in Mexico, apparently through the collaboration with the Chihuahua state governor. And it was a huge scandal. It remains a huge scandal. And we have posited that the United States threw a Hail Mary to try to save their ally, Mario Campos, by conveniently unsealing an indictment against Sinaloa governor, who is from Morena, Ruben Rocha Moya.
Watch our previous episodes on this. We're going into this in great detail.
Yeah, if you're curious to hear more about that, that is still kind of pending. So essentially what the government has opted to do is ask for information, right? That, they're not just going to act basically on the word of the Southern District of New York, I believe, is the one who's carrying out this indictment, basically because they haven't earned it. They don't have that kind of trust. This timing is suspicious. And let's put this on the screen here from Mexico Solidarity Media, as well a translation from a story of El Economista. Mexico has requested 269 extraditions from the U.S. since 2018. So basically since López Obrador came to power and then his successor, Claudia Sheinbaum. None have been fulfilled. The Mexican government questioned why, despite 269 requests.
Hold on, that's crazy. You're telling me that Mexico asked for extraditions to happen all the time since 2018, and the U.S. has not even bothered to do one of them. That's crazy. And then we just expect Mexico to turn around and give us, that's crazy. It's a two-way street, brother. Damn. From 2018, like you can't even. Joe Biden, 2020, what the heck?
Submitted by Mexican authorities to the United States in 2018, no extradition requests have been fulfilled. During President Claudia Sheinbaum's morning press conferences Tuesday, May 19th, External Relations Secretary Roberto Velasco reported that between January 2018 and May 2026, so like I said, basically the entire forward transformation to the moment, so Mexico submitted 269 extradition requests to the United States. Of these, 36 were outright rejected and 233 remain pending. None have actually been fulfilled.
Not 1, not 2, not 3, actually none of them.
So for all of those voices out there right now, they're like, well, Mexico's just making up rules saying that they have to provide proof, and they're just kind of trying to buy time. They're trying to protect Ruben Mocha, which of course we should be clear, right? These are serious charges. If it turns out that these allegations are substantiated, he should face justice, of course.
In Mexico.
There's no need to do it in the United States. God knows. Well, how do we know that they won't pardon him? In exchange for a deal, as we discovered that they did with Juan Orlando Hernandez of Honduras. But that's a different topic. All of this is very curious.
Pardons weren't for sale on the Trump administration. I don't know why anybody would be extraditing anybody to the U.S. these days.
But it tells you that, for all of this grandstanding that we've seen from a lot of political voices out there about how, Claudia should be cooperating with the United States, that this is creating tensions in the relationship, why doesn't she just hand them over? Well, why don't they hand over some of these? And I believe you were doing some research in terms of just some of the figures that we've asked to be extradited that they have not sent. These are major, major cases.
Well, I mean, just a few of the cases. There are people involved in Huachicol Fiscal, which is the whole we've talked about as well, the whole scandal where they've been smuggling gasoline into Mexico. Corrupt, illegal gasoline into Mexico. People who've been involved in that whole racket.
Smuggling
people
gas.
involved in Ayotzinapa still from 2014. I mean, we're talking about
Alias El Transformador, who's identified as a member of Guerreros Unidos, which is the organized crime group, believed to be linked to the disappearance of the 43 students from Ayotzinapa.
I mean, there it is right there, right? I mean, people who are, we're still talking, and of course, we'll have to talk about it until all of that comes to light. In the United States, and has been in the United States for years. The United States won't give them up. Right? This is like Israel, the United States' partner in genocide, that refused to give up Thomas
Comstered and dumpstered.
the torturer of Ayotzinapa.
By our neighbors to the south.
Comfortably living in Israel. Years after the fact.
Yeah.
No?
Actually, worth remembering, Encinas, who was the Undersecretary for Human Rights during the López Obrador government, traveled to Israel, basically trying to figure out a way to be able to get, at least the missing piece of the investigation to be able to provide some kind of accountability to the parents of the missing students.
Wow.
No, nothing. And you know why? Because everyone knew that Israel was never going to hand him over. He's like, why should I cooperate?
Why should I tell you anything?
I'll just stay here for the rest of my life.
And Mexico hasn't had even
apartheid state.
Yep. And Mexico hasn't even had a strong pro-Palestine line. It's had a moderate one. It recognized Palestine as a state. A few years ago, it recognized its ambassador, the credentials of the ambassador under Scheinbaum. But it's been rather a tepid line otherwise. Very tepid. But even a few votes by Mexico in UN commissions is enough for Israel to say, nah, F you, you're not going to get their own. Because, it's just unquestioning obedience to these fascists, unquestioning obedience to the genocide. You deviate from the line just a bit, punishment awaits, right? And it's not punishment, for the government officials involved. It's punishment for the Mexican people, because it's always the people who suffer. Because, a wanted criminal in the Ayotzinapa disappearance of students is sitting and living comfortably in Israel.
That's crazy.
And this guy from the Guerreros Unidos, sitting and living comfortably somewhere in the U.S., won't be extradited.
Yeah.
How about Francisco Garcia Cabeza de Vaca?
I was just going to bring that up.
Cabeza de Vaca, what a name.
One of the main requests that Mexico has made to the United States that have not received a response.
Yes, won't be extradited.
Yeah.
How about Francisco Garcia Cabeza de Vaca?
I was just
Francisco Garcia Cabeza de Vaca. What a name. That basically means the head of the cow head. Francisco Garcia. What a name. What a name.
Going to bring that up. I was going to read here from La Jornada. Among the main requests that Mexico has made to the United States that have not received a response, the following stand out. The extradition of former Tamaulipas governor Francisco Javier Cabeza de Vaca.
Uber corrupt.
Wow.
That's it. I mean, it's just worth mentioning, right?
I mean, if you want somebody who played ball with the narco, that's your guy.
Wow.
That's your guy. No extradition.
And feels so comfortable that he's actually one of the voices from within Panismo, PAN, that is accusing Morena of ties to organized crime. I mean, the gall, the cynicism of that. Obviously, he needs to go through a process of justice. Maybe if they handed him over, we could actually start that process. But there is ample evidence of this guy's ties to organized crime groups.
I mean, pot, meat, kettle. But I mean, really, the United States, should just shut up about anything related to Mexico and narco this, narco that, narco club, and narco state.
Exactly.
If they won't give up and extradite one of the most wanted narco figures, which is this former governor of Tamaulipas, which Mexico has gone through all the hoops and is doing all the requests. But in all these cases, right, these 269 cases, in most of them, it's the United States requesting further information. That's what Mexico did. It requested further information about Rocha Moya.
Yep. That's what it says. 47 cases, the United States asked Mexico to provide additional information.
No, if that's a legitimate request, then fine. Both sides should provide the information requested.
Yeah, it's a two-way street.
Yeah. But, as Chancellor Roberto Velasco pointed out today in today's Mañanera, and this is actually a good example of the good use of the Mañanera. Actually, this information should have come out a couple weeks ago.
True.
But, all right, better late than never, right? This is what the Mañanera is good for, right? Media rebuttals.
Yep.
Yeah. In this case, about the extraditions, right? As he pointed out, extradition is a discretionary matter. It's at the discretion of each state involved. They're not required. They're not forced to hand over someone. In the United States, obviously, just hasn't handed over to anybody.
There are countries that don't do it ever under any circumstances. China comes to mind, for example. They do not extradite their own citizens ever.
Ever. Okay. There's an example, right? And of course, an extradition requires a bilateral treaty. And a lot of times, those treaties don't exist with certain countries.
Yeah, and that's a different process. You have to go through the courts.
Right.
It's not impossible, but it's harder, for sure.
So there we are, right? So it just underscores again and again the hypocrisy of all of this, right? That the United States just wants to click its fingers here and demand that, Mexico turn over 10 officials like that without providing any more than a handwritten piece of paper. It looks like it was written with a Sharpie with figures on it.
Damn.
Supposedly demonstrates some kind of payoff. Not only that, right? They have X number of days to provide further information. They haven't yet, right? But when Mexico tries to avail itself of the same procedure, they just say no. They just say no. Right?
Or they delay.
Or they delay, right? Just like when Mexico requests...
Justice delayed is justice denied.
Justice denied. So just like when Mexico, asks for information about how is it that Mayo Zambada wound
still
up
don't know.
in the United States. Refuses to tell, but they demand information, they demand cooperation, they demand everything Mexico can give immediately, because if not, they're not cooperating in their narco state. Right. Interestingly, the former Secretary of Public Safety of Sinaloa, Gerardo Sanchez Merida, declared himself not guilty.
Yes.
The other day, which is actually
he's one of the two who are tied to the same case.
Right.
Who's actually
the former
handed
Secretary of
himself over.
Finances as well.
Yeah. There's another one. Forget his name. Merida.
Yeah, Enrique Diaz was the finance guy, right?
Finance guy.
Yeah. It's interesting because you thought if he'd had a deal lined up with prosecutors, he would have, declared himself to be guilty and gone through the whole process. At least as of now, he could change his plea. He's, going the confrontational route, which again raises questions of how he was scooped up by the U.S.
Yeah, it's very curious. A lot of open
how he
questions
was
there.
scooped up there, right?
Yeah.
Again.
And I suspect that the strategy of the prosecutors will be to try to get them to roll on somebody above them. That's how the U.S.
That's
justice
how they
system
did it,
tends to work. We talked about it last time on the show, right? That it's not necessarily about they want the big fish. They want to get somebody above him, right? They go, oh, no, we want to go for the governor, right? Testify against the governor.
Yeah.
Which again, as you mentioned, maybe wouldn't have the same kind of standing in a Mexican court because you have a different system, right? Where there
Based
is not
more
as much
on
weight.
written evidence.
There has to be actual
or
physical evidence. Yeah, not just accusations from people who have an interest in saying what needs to be said to get, a lighter sentence.
So there we are, right? 0 extraditions from the U.S. Mexico even expelled how many people to the United States?
Several dozen.
Right?
Yeah.
In a gesture of goodwill to Trumpism. You can't ever placate Trumpism.
Yeah.
You can't appease it. You can't placate it. You can't be nice to it because they will screw you as soon as they possibly can.
And again, right? To go back to our first story, right? That's why it's
What
important
did
to
that guy
mobilize.
there say about that you mentioned the titular today in the titular in Sin Muros that he wrote? He's actually happy.
Oh yeah.
If Mexico
actually,
is
let's throw that on the screen here. You talked about hypocrisy from the United States. It's quite rich to see the way that they approach the bilateral relationship. Is there respect? I don't think so. Not judging by this story. Justice Department aims to use terrorism laws to target Mexican officials. In a new tactic, the Justice Department this week instructed federal prosecutors to build criminal cases, drug cases against Mexican officials using terrorism statutes. This is the culmination of those early moves, quite literally in the first days of the Trump government, this second government, where he declares these drug trafficking organizations, these organized crime groups, as transnational terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations.
If we were
FTOs.
doing it, if we were, taking out these little drug boats in Venezuela that we were to call them, identified them as terrorists, then why wouldn't we do that in Mexico? What would stop Trump from not doing that? It's crazy.
And so now they're going to use their status in the U.S. Legal framework to target Mexican officials complicit in the narcotics trade, a significant escalation in its campaign against drug trafficking from Mexico, according to a U.S. official familiar with the remarks. So last week, a new directive was announced by Akash Singh, Associate Deputy Attorney General, during an internal conference call with prosecutors in regional offices, and represents an aggressive new tactic in the administration's counter-narcotic strategy that is almost certain to further strain its relationship with Mexico. So basically, not just indicting them for alleged collaboration, but accusing them of terrorism. Here's the part that really jumps up at me. This same guy, Singh, he says, quote, if that, so essentially responding to the possibility that this will strain the Mexico relationship, he says, quote, if this is an unwelcome development for the Mexican government officials and that they are offended that we're doing that, I cannot think of a single thing I care less about. If we are shaming and embarrassing them in the process, then that is the cherry on top for us. I mean, the arrogance of a position like that, for coming from a representative of a government that is dripping in corruption allegations, right? That is propping up the genocidal regime in Israel, that engaged in an illegal war of aggression against Iran, that kidnapped a head of state, acting like they are the ones with the moral high ground, and that it's okay to shame and embarrass your closest trading partner.
Whose president is making millions of dollars off of illegal stock transactions based on inside information.
Yep.
And then plugging the companies involved in stump speeches and the like.
I mean, they're going all out. A character like this takes a position like that, right? No regard for, the need for a certain kind of diplomatic caution, because they're empowered by the people who are running the Trump administration in this moment. And they feel like they can just say and do whatever they want, and that they can continue to push and push and push and push, which, again, to say for a third time here, that's why it's important that Morena mobilizes, that we start to prepare the Mexican public to be ready to face this, because they're not going to stop ever. They're going to go for everything, because as you well said on this show and today on Sin Muros, it's about establishing protectorates. They don't actually regard these countries as sovereign. They don't actually think that we should be able to trust justice in our own hands, especially given that, they're apparently there's sectors that disagree with the judicial reform, right? I mean, I think that's a case for to be more faith in the system, because it's actually now more accountable, more transparent. But this is their position. They have no regard for the sovereignty, because sovereignty gets in the way of their strategy. Sovereignty gets in the way of their meddling. There's no respect here.
Yeah, a couple of points to make on this, right? And you're right. The gall of this, to demand all of this cooperation from Mexico, and just to be so nasty about it at any turn, right? From a government that's actually bent over backwards to cooperate with Trump on security matters. First of all, point number one I want to make is that in Bolivia right now, there's a popular uprising against Fachito there, Rodrigo Paz, who was getting help from Milei and Argentina and the like, who tried to, apply the standard neoliberal model, and in just a question of months, it blew up in his face. They are also wielding terrorism statutes in Bolivia to go against the indigenous and mining leaders who are leading those protests.
Really?
So, I mean,
That's
it's just
crazy.
Widespread to use terrorism statutes to try to criminalize across the continent. Right?
And I was going to look into that
the
too.
second point I would
because
make is this idea of trying to
some union action in Bolivia.
pick off people now is, happening across countries. We see Venezuela giving up Alex Saab. We see the U.S. trying to go after Raul Castro in Cuba. And there are other, other figures there, right? The question is not whether X or Y person did X or Y thing. It's about a U.S. strategy to, again, not only go a neo-colonial route, right? There was a time back in the 19th century when, it was really mooted in U.S. circles about whether the United States should expand to the south and create a whole empire. It is an empire, but more of a physical empire. And kind of the idea at the time, based in racism and anti-Catholicism and a whole series of other factors, was, no, let them be nominally independent. And, we'll just use Latin American elites as puppets. Neocolonialism was born. So now it's a neocolonialism where we create a series of protectorates where, again, they're nominally self-governing, but we'll just pick off and take out and kidnap whomever is unpleasing, uncomfortable, or who defends national sovereignty an inch too much.
Which is why they got rid of Maduro. He was too bold in his defense of Venezuelan sovereignty, which is why they're now going after the Cuban leadership, because they won't give in to U.S. demands to basically abandon their communist system. Why should they? It's their country. Cubans should decide what happens there, as they do.
So they'll go in and surgically try to remove, kidnap, arrest, call a terrorist.
I mean, apparently, by the time this airs, the indictment against Raul Castro is going to be unsealed. That's the rumor.
Wow.
So we're now at neo-colonialism, right? Where they purport to use this kind of surgical incursions to not have to do the whole paraphernalia of an invasion, because they know that the people would stand up against it. And they know that the American public would even not be in favor of it. The U.S. public, by and large, is not in favor of invading other countries. They're sick of it.
Yes,
right?
we sure are.
Operations are
Left
wildly
or right,
unpopular.
doesn't matter.
And, the U.S. for the longest time, since Vietnam basically, has thought, we'll just do airstrikes. We'll just, blow people to bits from the sky. But that doesn't achieve regime change anywhere. So what they want to do now is the surgical incursion, because it doesn't have the cost of a ground invasion, and it does what an air campaign on its own won't do. In the face of large public opposition, both in Latin America and in the United States itself, it must be said, right? I think the percentage of people who are favor an invasion of Cuba now is, I guess, 20%, if that. I mean, there are even Republicans who are against it.
And of course, what is the motivation? We talked about this last week, right? It's not just about them being uniquely evil. You know, it's not about some kind of secret conspiracy. It's because they want what we have here. Resources, land, people, labor power.
Water,
strategic-
gold, minerals.
All of that. All of that. That's the real motivation. It's the material reason why they are trying to set up these protectorates.
And they want it easily. They don't want anybody, pesky people trying to stand in the way with sovereignty arguments.
Yeah. Well, tell that to the people of Bolivia who's showing them what it looks like when you actually try to do this. Sure, Rodrigo Paz was elected in a democratic process, but he doesn't have a mandate.
It doesn't have a mandate.
To crush all of the social progress that was made.
And that's
in the
what
previous
he's
government. They're not
doing.
gonna go just simply allow.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Here, wait. I found some video. Give me a second here, chat.
The Bolivian Workers' Union called for a large protest to express its rejection of President Rodrigo Paz's statements regarding the country's political and social situation. This Thursday, union, farmers, and workers will protest the president's announcements regarding cabinet reshuffles and the formation of an economic and social council to mitigate the conflict. Protesters warned the executive branch that they will remain in the streets as a means of pressure until they receive answers to
That's
their
what they
demands.
always do.
This call for action
Block
comes
the
after the
streets.
handed repression of protesters and riots that occurred during the last day of protests.
Would never happen here in especially in California. People would be like, "Yep, let's make an amendment that justifies running people over when they're blocking my path because it's my freedom to drive my car wherever I want to." Yeah, this would never happen. But this is very good. Crazy. Here, wait, let's go Bolivia news. Here we go.
We look to Bolivia now, where President Rodrigo Paz is facing a deepening
Sorry for
crisis as anti-government protests and blockades worsen less than 6 months after he took office. In La Paz, weeks of road closures, spearheaded by workers' unions, have emptied markets and depleted medical reserves. The government says at least 3 people have died after ambulances were blocked from reaching hospitals.
That's crazy. Blocking
Protests
ambulances.
in La Paz again turned violent on Monday as riot police prevented crowds from demonstrating in front of government buildings located in the city's main square. For hours, the streets of downtown La Paz were the scene of a pitched battle, with police shooting tear gas and protesters hurling explosives and rocks.
Explosives, homie, that was a freaking firework and it went nowhere. Sometimes the news does the worst.
A pitched battle, with police shooting tear gas and protesters hurling explosives and rocks. The protesters are demanding wage increases, economic stability, and
Shit, they're little mining hats. I like them. They're cool. It feels like old-fashioned. It feels like some anime type mining hat.
an end to the privatization of state-owned companies.
Bolivia is going through a critical moment with this traitorous government that is selling off our natural resources to transnational corporations. And we, as the proletarian vanguard, will not allow this government to continue selling off and indebting our country.
It cannot be that this government is ruling by decree.
In the future, things will even be worse for the Bolivian people. And to prevent that from happening, we demand the resignation of this traitorous, separatist government, which will issue decrees against the Bolivian people tomorrow and the day after.
Wow.
While the week-long protests are aimed at ramping up pressure on the government, they've had a palpable side effect for ordinary citizens: acute shortages of fuel, food, and basic goods.
Merchants don't have anything to sell because the trucks with merchandise are stuck on the roads, unable to get through. Things are just there, prevented from passing.
And the few goods that do get through have become prohibitively expensive.
They get very angry about the high price because at that price many people aren't buying anymore. Now they're buying by the £0.5 instead of the pound.
With the year-on inflation rate already at 14%, there seems to be no clear remedy for the country's worst economic ordeal in 4 decades.
Sergio Mendoza is a journalist in La Paz and joins us now. Sergio, describe to us the situation.
Yeah, I was just seeing this YouTube warning. It says DW is a German public broadcast service. Homie looks German as hell, okay? I should have known.
In La Paz at the moment.
Hello, thank you for the interview. Well, yes, we have been in 3 weeks of protests and riots and road blockades here in Bolivia and mainly in the western part of the country in La Paz. Last Monday, we have had a especially violent protest here in La Paz City, in the political capital, when thousands of protesters came into the city and attacked people, citizens, looted public infrastructure, private infrastructure. They stole desks, chairs, documents, bar documents, products of stores, and they clashed with the police and the military officers that were patrolling and controlling the situation in the city center. Now the situation is much more peaceful. There are still some marches coming from the south of the city, but it's much more better than we had on Monday when we had almost 11 police officers injured.
Sergio, what are these protests about? They're led by unions, as far as I understand it. And why are they not calming down?
It's everything, that's why.
Yeah, there are especially 3 groups that are protesting: the National Labor Union, Highland Farmers, and supporters of former President Evo Morales. They are demanding
still
Paz
powerful.
to resign.
Evo Morales, still powerful. That's crazy. Again, I repeat, Evo Morales is a Donald Trump of Bolivia. Well, no, not Donald Trump, but at least, you know, his support has the same type of, you know, this is the only person that can save us. He gets us in a way that no one else gets us, and we only trust him to fix the problem. And it, you know, Morales doesn't do any benefit by saying, yeah, you know, I am the only person who can fix this problem. And Donald Trump says that too. So imagine, you know, long after Donald Trump is no longer president, and we kind of saw this, you know, in 2020, but Joe Biden just let it be, right? He just wanted to focus on the country healing and COVID, and yeah, makes sense. But imagine if we were trying to prosecute Donald Trump for whatever crime, and just a bunch of his supporters show up at the courthouse and don't let anything happen. That's crazy.
However, the government say that's not possible. They are going to respect the democracy and the constitution. That's the only demand they had. Previously, they were demanding increasing salaries, guaranteed fuel supply, and repeal a law over land, management of land. The government has guaranteed fuel supply and repealed that law, but say increasing salaries is impossible now. So the only demand that they have now is Paz to resign.
Now, he has only been president, he has only been in office for 6 months. I mean, how much blame does he really carry for that anger?
Yeah, that's true. It's
That is a good
6
question.
months that he has been in power. He has inherited a very critical economic crisis, one of the worst in Bolivian history.
Yeah.
Since then, the fuel supply has been guaranteed for most of the time. Inflation has cooled down from around 25% to 14%. The parallel dollar that was in 20 Bolivians per dollar now is around 10 Bolivians per dollar, so it's much better. However, it seems to be more a politically motivated protest promoted by former president and some other sectors that feel this government is not representing them, is not representing the popular classes of the country, and it's too much close to U.S. government, for instance, and too much close to private investors or private business instead of the rural areas or the popular sectors of the country.
Now, I understand that the current president is a more business-friendly, and the previous president is more on the left. Is that what you're describing there?
Yes, that's true. Well, and when Paz won the elections, he promised to be to be centrist and not apply these called neoliberal policies. However, what Bolivia, like most analysts and most citizens agree, is that Bolivia needs to open to private investment and to guarantee legal certainty for private investment and to reduce the participation of the state. The government is pushing to do that in some way. It seems is not well received for these popular sectors. However, the government has been open to conversations and dialogue, but these particular groups, labor union, Morales supporters, and highland farmers, they say they are not going to participate in any dialogue anymore, and they just are demanding a change of government and constitutional transfer of power.
Sergio Mendoza, there, a journalist in La Paz. Thank you very much, Sergio.
Thank you.
That was a good interview. I haven't really kept up with Bolivia for a long time, so right here, let's watch Drop Site News.
Up next, we're going to be joined by Catherine Lederber from, I believe she's in Cochabamba. So yeah, for people who don't know, I met Catherine back in 2005 when I was down in Bolivia covering the protests that brought Evo Morales eventually to power.
That's cool.
And
I had no idea Ryan Graham
there are
was
now
down there.
protests again,
cool.
very similar, that have erupted as a result of news reports indicating that the new government of Bolivia was going to try to arrest, with the United States collaboration, arrest Evo Morales, or go beyond arresting him because he's facing all sorts of legal difficulties. But I think it'd be easier for people to latch on here if we give a little bit of background about how we got to this place. So 2005 and 2006, Morales and his movement towards socialism, MAS, takes power. You kind of have a splintering eventually of the left in Bolivia. Along the way, you saw arguably the kind of biggest lifting out of poverty.
Yep, 100%
of a population in the world. Perhaps competitive with China, maybe I think even better than China did. Yet this kind of internal splintering left them vulnerable. So bring us up to the coup, the coup in 2019, the restoration of the left, and then what got us to here.
Thanks. Yeah, Evo Morales was finishing his third term and running for a controversial fourth term. I think that, MAS was thinking of running a different candidate, but they saw what had happened in Ecuador with Lenin Moreno, and there was a lot of worry that his, that the person to follow him may not, follow the policies or the vision that had been established in the first 3 terms. And we're talking about a 34% reduction in extreme poverty, the use of, to invalidate the resource curse, the use of hydrocarbons, income, and natural gas to fund social welfare programs, education, indigenous people, infrastructure. So a very long run, much to the chagrin of the Bolivian right that had been ousted for a long time. But using this 4th run, the Bolivian Constitution says you can only have 2 consecutive terms. After the elections occurred, the right cried fraud, backed up by the OAS and the Trump administration. These charges of fraud were debunked by colleagues at the Center for Economic Policy Research in a very technical, academic way, along with MIT-educated electoral observers. And using this fraud accusation, there were 3 weeks of right-wing blockades. The OAS admitted an audit saying that the elections were in fact fraudulent, although there were no facts to back that up. And right-wing protesters began to attack Morales, his supporters, actually threatened the people in the constitutional line to become president, tortured members of their family, burned homes, forcing Morales to flee soon afterwards. And then, they illegally positioned Yanine Áñez, who was the 2nd Secretary of the Senate, as the illegitimate president. And the very next day, the military went out on the street and started killing. As you know, Ryan, there were 2 massacres. There was torture. There was the actions of parastate groups, the Unión Juvenil Cruceñista, that uses a Nazi salute, groups in La Paz, and parastate groups in Cochabamba.
Holy crap! Sorry, let me finish chewing. Bolivian paramilitary groups that use the Nazi salute? No way. They have to be white, right? I'm not imagining. What were they called?
There was the actions of parastate groups, the Unión Juvenil Cruceñista.
Unión Juvenil Cruceñista. What was it? Cruceñista. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, whoops, I missed the whole part. Juvenile, that's the young. Okay. Damn, they have their own Facebook page.
Calidad de testigo para el presidente de la Unión Juvenil Cruceñistas en cuanto al hecho ocurrido en la Manzana 1 hace una semana atrás. José, mañana, la citación, ¿cómo toma ya esta determinación por parte del Ministerio Público?
Sí, mañana ya estamos para declarar en calidad de testigos. Nosotros, como lo hemos dicho desde un comienzo...
Can't understand them at all. Oh, he's the president of that group. No way. Santa Cruz Union, Youth Union. Okay. We're going to have to look into that a lot more later, but that's crazy.
That uses a Nazi salute, groups in La Paz, and parastate groups in Cochabamba as well. After this extreme violence and extreme corruption during the pandemic, elections were finally called, and Morales' successor, former Minister Luis Arce, was elected. Unfortunately, there was a situation with Arce in power that although the Inter-American Human Rights Commission completed a detailed report on the coup. Processes against human rights violators and people that were key in the coup were quite slow. And Arce began to diverge from established MAS policies, generating an extreme economic conflict, a lack of income for the state, and a great deal of corruption on his part. At that point in time, when elections came around, there was a splintering of the left. Arce's section of the MAS party, which he had wrested away from Morales under questionable means, another former Morales follower, and then Morales's party attempted 3 times to register under as an alliance with the party or under a new name, and they were systematically and illegally blocked by the Electoral Tribunal. So what we have is an election last year that didn't have all the candidates represented or all the political forces represented. The Arce followers had become discredited. In fact, Arce is in prison as we speak for corruption charges.
Arce was put in prison.
That's not clear how it will proceed. And what we saw was an exclusion of the great majority of grassroots voters, indigenous peoples, social movements, who ended up voting for Rodrigo Paz, the current president, because his vice president, Edmund Lara, had a populist line, and they perceived him as the least of the electoral evils. But what we saw upon the election of Paz is almost no grassroots representation in the Congress, a Congress dominated by Paz's party, and even further right Libre party of Jorge Tuto Quiroga, who had been vice president and president in 2021 and had carried out repression under U.S. pressure, and a government that isolated the vice president, that has no plan for governance. The economic crisis continues, and they eliminated, in an effort to receive foreign loans, the fuel subsidies. So from one day to the next, the week before Christmas, prices doubled and tripled for Bolivian consumers. As their administration, we're now in the 6th month, has gone on, they've been corrupt. They have not implemented key policies. The government is bankrupt, and grassroots sectors across Bolivia have marched to La Paz. These are indigenous communities from the 20 provinces of La Paz, largely Aymara communities, the National Labor Union, teachers, miners, and a group of Evo Morales followers that are marching from the Chapari.
And so here's footage of some of these protesters marching. There's something about Bolivia's geography that makes it kind of particularly kind of small d democratic, which maybe you could explain to viewers. You've got you've got the city of El Alto, the kind of sister city of La Paz, which is much more working class. It's just kind of just above La Paz being in this, in the clouds for one, but there are only really a few ways in and out, and that's why I say it's small d democratic in the sense that the kind of enough people can shut down La Paz if they're willing to take on the violence of the state in a way that isn't the case in most capitals, because that have a lot of different.
100%, because the Bolivians have done it before, and they're willing to do it anytime. I'm pretty sure. They, let's continue.
Ways in and out. So what, when did these marches start, and what has the kind of response of the state been so far? I saw this maybe this morning that a couple major unions have now joined, one in Santa Cruz and another one somewhere nearby that is also blocking roads kind of in and out of the city. So what is the status as we speak of this mobilization?
You're right about the geography. La Paz is in a bowl, and because of the mountain passes, it's very easy to block off the entrance. This has been a situation that's been going on now for over 2 weeks. So the city's been shut down.
Whoa.
And the government hasn't shown an ability to negotiate with broad sectors. They blame everything on Evo Morales. They clearly, they emitted a new arrest warrant for Morales. There have been a lot of sounds from the DEA about taking Morales. That's something that we've looked at over the years, Ryan.
No, we don't need
DEA obsession
we don't need to.
with capturing Evo Morales after they were expelled in 2008.
And is it only the DEA because they have the coca plants that's used to make cocaine? We're going to send the DEA to Bolivia to take out one of the most popular leaders of all time. Crazy.
But Evo Morales isn't running all of this. So you have different sectors with different demands, although the key joint demand is the resignation of Rodrigo Paz. There's not necessarily unified sectors, but it's the great majority of the Bolivian grassroots, and they're protesting because they probably aren't going to have enough to eat next year. There's a huge discourse on the part of the Bolivian government about the good Bolivians and the bad Bolivians, and many of the racist overtones about indigenous people.
Of course.
And these very strong social movements that were the backbone of the Morales government, but have also always had a very key role in Bolivian politics. The state has sent out the police, the state has sent out the armed forces. So far, they have been using tear gas and rubber pellets. But as we know, after 30 years of observing conflicts in Bolivia, when you run out of tear gas and rubber pellets, the bullets start flying.
Oh, of course.
We have 2 reported fatal victims, an unclear amount of injured people, but we also have an incapacity on the part of the government to govern effectively or to present solutions. And as they ended up having to pay the police a $300 bonus to go out on the streets and repress protesters, the continuing participation of the security forces
That
is unclear. A lot
bonus.
of this is inherited from the 2019 coup, which was facilitated by the Trump administration. And right before Paz's election, all of the cases against the military and the coup leaders and the politicians that carried out this violent coup were dropped and erased. All the charges against the violent parastate groups were erased, and the sentences were erased. So you have this pervasive impunity, but also a decision-making power that is independent of the civilian government on the part of the security forces. When you have, of course, Southcom now making agreements with the Bolivian military, going back to military representation and communication, the DEA back in Bolivia, although they have no operating budget for this year. They've been here since December 6th, and they're flying things in from Lima. We've had the extradition of a major not the extradition, the DEA just picked him up and took him away. No extradition process. And we're very worried that this could be a precedent for some sort of operation against Morales. As a result, the Chapare coca growing region, which has been completely shut down.
Wow, that's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm hearing that we're going to Maduro Morales. That's crazy.
Growers protecting key areas and protecting the coca grower Moss headquarters in Lauqueña.
And have they? I've seen some footage of them blocking runways. Like, have they shut the Cochabamba airport itself completely down, or just more rural runways? Like, what are they doing to prevent the DEA and CIA and the Bolivian government from getting in and capturing Morales?
What they've done, when you remember when we went on to the anti-drug base, that airport in Chimoré near the MAS headquarters was the key portion for drug war repression. And then it became a civilian airport as well. So what they've done is they've surrounded this airport. They've covered all the landing strips. There are farmers surrounding the airport because there was a past attempt 2 years ago to shoot Evo Morales by the intelligence police, and they had flown into that airport. They've also surrounded the 9th Army Division in the Chapare. and especially and some anti-drug checkpoints. They're very, very concerned. They're very, very concerned, especially after what happened in Venezuela, the extraction of Maduro without any legal proceedings in a very, very violent invasion.
So who has the momentum at this point, that as far as you can tell? And if he did step down, then what?
Well, I think the outcome right now is unclear. This government also has lost the support of the far right. Because the security forces are not anxious to go out in the mix for a government whose lifeline is unsure, the government is really allowing the parastate groups to operate again, or to get revved up. There was a march in La Paz where they tore the huipala, the indigenous flag, last night. You have the Unión Juvenil Crucenista whipping mass union leaders while they're giving a protest. So they're allowing the conflict to unravel and hoping that there will be violence, or at least they have no other viable strategy. So it's not clear what's going to happen now. I mean, the government can either call a state of exception, a state of siege where they shut things down and they start firing, or they can just allow things to deteriorate. But on the right, Jorge Quiroga is anxious to take power. There's a lot of pressure from the U.S., and we see kind of dark figures in U.S. politics like Eric Prince, the former head of Blackwater, weighing in, the State Department weighing in, kind of rolling back into a time that you and I know well, where the U.S. really called the shots. And that's so different from how it has been for most of the last 20 years. It's not clear what's going to happen, but
the last 20 years,
worrisome.
Latin America has been on their has had their own free will, and that's crazy.
And there's no key figure on the left.
Well, I mean, not free will
that would take
completely,
power, the vice president, because he is a populist. Although I don't really think he's a progressive populist. My guess is that the right will not allow him to take power, and they'll either move down to the head of the Senate or the House of Deputies, or an unpredictable but worrisome right-wing figure could come in.
And I know you got to run, so last question for you. What about Evo? What's his current status? I know he's been facing a lot of kind of sex crimes charges over the years. He's facing all sorts of attempts at prosecution. Does he have any remaining political base that could see him return to power, or is he completely kind of iced out? What's his status?
Well, that's unclear. I mean, currently there are charges brought against him for having a relationship with a girl who was apparently underage,
like 14 or something.
And so there are arrest warrants out for him there. The woman, supposedly the victim and a mother of a child, says that was not the case. She didn't file a complaint. She was also persecuted and had to leave the country. They put her father in jail. So all of these things are unclear.
Interesting.
But there's a great deal of pressure, and I think the hope on the part of this government, who carry on this right-wing strategy of blaming Evo for everything, when I think the movement is much more profound than that. Evo Morales does have strong support in some sectors, but the way that he has been isolated inappropriately from Bolivian politics, and a lack of representation in the Congress, or a lack of national electoral opportunities, has kind of generated this perverse dynamic where people don't feel that they can have a role in their government, and they have to take to the streets once again. We saw this in 2003, we saw this in 2005, we've seen this many times before. So it's not clear if Evo Morales will continue to be a key figure, but right now he's locked in the Chapare and very concerned that somebody's going to come after him, and not in a way that follows due process, and not in a way that is appropriate, and not a way where he would count on a presumption of innocence or any human rights guarantees.
Right. Well, Catherine Lederber, is there a way that people can support the work you're doing in Bolivia?
Certainly. You can look at our Twitter feed at Andean InfoNet. I'm the director of the Andean Information Network. I'm happy to have more followers, take donations. We're a very small grassroots organization, and
That's cool. I was just looking into her because she seems super smart. Catherine Lederber. She is a Bolivian expert. She's a researcher, I guess. So that's awesome. Awesome. Cool. All right, let's get back to the Soberania podcast.
Allow that to happen. That's why you're seeing this fierce resistance, militant resistance on the streets of La Paz in this very moment.
And if he were at all political savvy, he wouldn't have tried to do everything at once. Agrarian reform, electricity, mining, lithium, constitutional counter
going
reforms.
Directly after Evo Morales.
100% he did it because he's like, I got to get it done before they kick me out.
Morales, right? And so Bolivia is a really important case to watch because the United States, again, as we've said, is trying to project an aura of invincibility. Resistance is futile. Otherwise, we'll come in, we'll kidnap, we'll do this, we'll that, where else? If Bolivia can overturn a U.S. puppet regime in a question of 6 months, that undercuts the whole invincibility aura. Incredibly. No small thing.
Victory to the rebellious peoples of the world.
Yeah.
All right, Kurt, we're at the 37-minute mark here. Let's move on to our next topic, which is Claudia's very busy weekend. Where do we start? She did so much, but maybe give the context. What are all these weekend trips about? Is she just trying to rack up the air miles?
In coach. She's racking them up from coach.
Maybe she can get an upgrade to first class.
I was going to mention this person that she might see there, but I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. All right.
So sometimes you get bumped.
Yeah. Sometimes you get bumped.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does happen.
And then you have to kind of say, no, I really don't. But okay. So going back to López Obrador, the tradition is that, you start your day with the security cabinet very early, 6 a.m. Then you have the mañanera at 7, or in the case of Sheinbaum at 7:30. And then from there, your workday begins. And then on Fridays, after the mañanera, you're off, not off to take a break. You're off to travel the country at the weekend. The idea is, right, menos escritorio, más territorio, right? Which is they're trying to push that with all members of the cabinet. And Morena itself, right? Menos escritorio, less desk, more territory. And
See,
so
America's
that means
like,
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
America's like, you know what? We need all of our work from home people to come back in office.
President Sheinbaum is out on the road with a pretty grueling schedule, right?
Yeah.
To oversee public works, to inaugurate, to give speeches, to travel the country and
To
see
meet with local leadership,
meet with local leadership,
governors, right? Sometimes
see
they come to the Capitol, but
Yep.
sometimes she'll meet with them while she's there. Yeah.
That's right. To see if the projects are actually, being done correctly. This is why López Obrador, they would ask him, it takes you longer to go by car. Why don't you just fly? He's like, no, I want to see what's actually being done, right? So-and-so road project, so-and-so construction project, so-and-so bridge project. Or I want to see it. I want to see it. I don't want to see it from the air either. You have to see it on the ground and talk to people around it and see if, they're satisfied with it or what's going on. There are other factors involved or other, repercussions. So we can talk about this in the abstract, right? But I think it's important, and that's why this third segment, it talks about what Sheinbaum does just a typical weekend. Just a typical weekend.
What does she do?
Shall we start with this first example?
Yeah,
from
let's
La
start with this
Jornada?
first example, yeah.
Here's a quote from the president herself. It's as if an entire Zócalo, which is that huge public square here in Mexico City, or a hospital, Sheinbaum says, highlighting the inauguration of the Agustín O. Orán Hospital, which is part of, actually, IMSS Bienestar, which is the new public system for those who don't have Social Security through other means.
Oh, that's cool.
Which we've discussed. So a big hospital, how big? 669 beds big.
Damn.
It's a
I
big
bet
hospital,
Americans are
right?
going to be wanting
With
to go
48
there.
specialties,
The
largest
largest.
in Southeast Mexico and in Central America.
Oh, okay.
So
never mind.
basically,
Southeast Mexico.
south of Mexico City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
And that was only one of 2 hospitals that she inaugurated this weekend. Let me just go through it quickly, and then we can kind of analyze it in some more detail. So she, in one typical weekend, she opened 2 new hospitals: the Orán, one in Mérida that you just mentioned, and a naval hospital in Progreso, which is nearby. Right? She inaugurated a new public university campus, right, in
Nice.
Canacín, Yucatán.
Which is part of the new national university system that she created.
That's right.
The Universidad Nacional Rosario Castellanos, named after an important figure in writer in Mexican history.
She inaugurated a new technical high school in Mérida. She announced universal scholarships for all college students in Campeche. She opened the most modern public milk pasteurizing plant in Mexico to produce 100,000 liters daily, which she then mentioned in the Mañanera, right, to boost Mexico's domestic milk production.
Very cool.
And then she made Yucatán the 24th state with free healthcare under IMSS Bienestar. IMSS Bienestar, somewhat like U.S. Medicaid, although I don't want to take the analogy too far, is state-based. So states have to basically buy into it, and then you get, the Federal Association and federal financing and the like. But the state has to, give the thumbs up to it. So 23 states joined IMSS Bienestar under López Obrador. Yucatán is now joined as the 24th states. You can imagine that the other states are right-wing governed states that, don't want healthcare, don't want their people to have healthcare. So, they haven't opted in.
They have that same issue too.
Yucatán now has. And then she also supervised the Tren Maya cargo line and the Puerto Progreso expansion. And just to explain that a bit, Tren Maya is, the train that, does a circle, a loop around the whole Yucatan Peninsula. And
That's cool.
is, a tourist train, and it's also a train for local passengers who get a discount, right? What they're doing now is building out the Maya train so they can also run cargo trains. So it can also serve for cargo, which is important. And they're also doing a spur of the Maya train that will go up to Puerto Progreso, which is a train up on the Atlantic coast, the north coast of the Yucatan.
Eventually, the idea is that all of these train systems will link to the new ones being built as we speak.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Which is why, actually, a few weekends ago, she was at also supervising the linking of the Maya train to the Trans-Isthmic line, which goes across the isthmus of Tehuantepec, right? And then from there, the idea is to build from Mexico City the line that goes, through Puebla and down to the coast. And then that will eventually link up to the Trans-Isthmic Maya part, and then from there, Mexico City and up to the U.S.
Pretty wild. Imagine that. Imagine investing in public infrastructure as opposed to
imagine.
Tax cuts for the rich. And that's one of the things that jumps out at me. I mean, I follow Mexican news and politics obviously very closely, but I didn't know about half of these things that she did this weekend. It's extraordinary to see it all in one place. And every time, one of these stories kind of breaks through into the English-speaking world, to the Anglo news, people lose their minds over it. And they're like, wow, Mexico has such an incredible president. And it's like, that's all it takes is political will, conviction, right?
Crazy.
Actually delivering. Technical know-how, too.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's kind of special in that case. In that she kind of has both.
Right. The scientist engineering background. Right?
Yeah. But all of these, one of these would be enough for one weekend. But it's just, and it's, I mean, this was a particularly busy weekend, but it's basically
the weekends
all
like this.
the time. Yeah.
2 hospitals, 1 university, 1 technical high school, the scholarships, the milk plant, the announcement of IMSS Bienestar for Yucatan, and the train Maya supervision.
Wait, hold on. I want to look at this train.
But the train is a little bit better, and maybe
this family blogging group. Tren Maya. Wow.
I feel like it's really nice in here.
it's beautiful in here. They did a really nice job. It's super open and well designed. It
Get
feels
to the train. Here we go. Oh, okay. Oh, damn. This looks like a Japan train. This be looking like Tokyo. Wow. But it's Mexico.
All right, let's see here. So do we want this bag with us?
Yeah.
This is cool.
Hey, you're
Hold
filming.
the camera. You put things away.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, they're on the
I noticed that
train.
there's actually a lot of
Wow,
children on
those
this
seats look so comfy.
Like,
Looks
basically
better
right off the
than
bat.
Metrolink.
There's like 4 or 5 different families with kids, and I feel like it is. That makes me think it's probably the better option for travel.
Than the bus?
Yeah.
Already because it's so smooth. She can just kind of sit on the floor and play with her toys.
Oh my god, of course these white people would let their baby sit on the floor of a public train. I know it's a brand new train, but it's still a public train. You're not going to let your baby sit on the floor and play around.
We can actually feed her some food. I feel like on the bus we'd be really cramped and she'd have to be on our laps, which she doesn't love.
She loves this though. She loves being on our laps.
She loves being a squirrel. Oh, okay. 50%.
Oh yeah, love a good hug.
hot dog in a bag.
Ooh, Mexican hot dog
like
in a bag. Oh, they gave you the jalapeno. They gave you the jalapeno too.
I love a good hot dog in a bag. Nothing quite like it.
The chilito that the white peoples
Soggy.
are not going to eat. Watch this.
Soggy hot
See, look,
dog,
she brought
yes,
her.
sir.
You're really talking about there.
I'm sorry, it is very soggy.
Yeah, what do you like a lot of train hot dogs?
No.
He's not going to eat the jalapeno, of course.
the whole
Wow, let's look at the bathrooms of the train.
The handicap and baby change table bathroom. So they actually have a change table.
That's nice. Damn.
Oh, here's the ads that
Okay. Wow.
Train ride. This is so nice.
I feel like the space of just like letting Junie just run around.
That's it. Wait, they named their baby Judy? I swear, they probably named her Judith. I'm judging these white people bad. Eric and Sarah. Eric, Sarah, and Judy. That's one of them. One of the names sounds like it would be a mother of the other two. But it's the reverse. Okay, well that's cool. I was hoping for some like...
You look like you've done this.
Some like, Wait, Mexico has a night train? Oh, this is it. There we go. A non-talking, good channel that just shows the train, the accommodations. Wow, that's so nice. Those trains are nice. They have recliners to put up your legs. Sorry. Look at that. You could put your legs up on the train. It has a little desk. Oh my god. These trains are nice. And it's quiet too. Wow, you don't even... Wow. That's so cool. Okay, here we go. This is what we wanted to see. Where's the train? Okay, so is that Mexico City? I don't think so. It's too small. Yeah. Oh, duh. Excuse me. Okay. All these different stops. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Oh, it really is just the peninsula. It takes you, like, I guess, across the peninsula. That's cool. Yep, super cozy. I do not need to see the man. Oh, super plush. Now, all this car needs is its own little rooms. And you can sleep overnight. That's cool. This is cool. Man, Mexico getting trains.
And the Puerto Progreso Spur. Yeah. I think we have a picture of the university. Maybe we can throw that up on the screen before we move on to our next topic there. Even just, you know, these are nice facilities, right? Like, it's important to have high quality public education, right? You know, the Tec de Monterrey, right? One of the most expensive private universities has spectacular facilities. They even rent them out because they're so nice. But the state should be able to provide things that are just as nice.
Yeah. And so now you see why there is such effort on the part of the Sheinbaum government to just hold off the U.S., hold off Trump, hold off imperialism, hold off that asswipe, you know, who says he's happy if Mexico is upset, right? Just, you know, hold off all of these people that are trying to undercut this process, because what Mexico needs is time. It needs time to be able to build this out. And they're advancing, but you just hear the breathing down their necks. Right? So it's just like, hold these people off so we can advance in these projects and make the process irreversible.
That's right. That's probably the strategy, is to try to
Latin America will inherit democracy
But like I said,
if
I'm
America
encouraged that there are
cannot
also
sustain
other elements
it.
that are now coming into play. It's not just about delivering, but actually making sure that the population understands that this is a product of political will, of conviction, of actually following through on your campaign promises, and you know, not just selling people a dream at campaign periods.
Yeah, of course.
All right, let's move on to our final segment. As always, losers and haters. This week, we're looking at this story from America's Quarterly.
Oh, great.
America's Quarterly, of course, is the propaganda arm of the American Society Council of the Americas, which is funded by energy interests in the United States.
I had to read so much American Quarterly when studying Latin American politics. Yikes. And to find out it's a propaganda. Oh, makes sense.
Not exactly an objective outlet, I would say.
No.
But let's look at this story. So the headline is Claudia Sheinbaum's conundrum. Trump's diplomatic pressure, AMLO's influence, and a deteriorating economy are testing the president's leadership. An expert writes. The expert is Luis Rubio. And before I get into the actual text, who is Luis Rubio? He's the chairman of the think tank Mexico Evalúa. Mexico Evalúa is a NGO based here out of Mexico, which does, kind of typical, technocratic analysis of government policy, but with a neoliberal tilt. Why? Well, they're foreign funded, right? They're one of the
USAID. They were
funded by USAID.
They were USAID's baby here.
Yeah.
No
and
way. That's
no longer have that
hilarious.
funding, and they've actually had to kind of struggle to figure out where their money's going to come from now. But it gives you an idea, right? There's this whole industry. There are people who are billed as experts in propaganda outlets like America's Quarterly who work for these neoliberal think tanks who are promoting a certain kind of economic agenda, right? This guy in particular writes for Reforma, which is one of the papers of record for the right wing. Flagship paper of the right. That's a good way to say it. Wrote a book published by the Wilson Center, which is quite literally an extension of the U.S. state. It is funded by Congress, named after one of the U.S. presidents who had a doctorate.
Woodrow Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson, yes. Who was apparently a terrible, terrible man.
To Latin America, he was.
Yeah.
And to Haiti.
And to black people.
Yep.
Anyway, wrote a book en masse. So that's Luis Rubio. So just to understand who's writing this, right? Not exactly someone who is taking great pains to appear as neutral and objective. No, this is a very biased take. But of course, this is their propaganda outlet. What irks me is sort of the regular false statements, right? For example, I'm just going to highlight this one here.
Yeah.
First, her government already feels old, weighed down by the previous administration's errors. Says who? According to who? According to you? I mean, that's the kind of vibes.
They're making fun of
I want to
AMLO.
put this one on the screen here, where he writes the following. When 2 CIA officials died in a car accident in Chihuahua alongside 2 Mexican agents, she did not respond primarily with empathy or statementship. Instead, she seized on the episode to launch a partisan offensive against the pan-governor of Chihuahua, Maru Campos. First of all,
But wait, hold on. Yeah, sorry to cut them off. Wasn't this governor of Chihuahua working outside of Claudia's knowledge? And this America Quarterly has the audacity to say that she has her own thing. Has this partisan. Yeah, we all see it now.
Straight up lie.
It's a straight up lie.
It sounds like Caroline Levitt.
It's exactly
That's
Caroline
crazy.
Levitt's talking point.
That's exactly her. I mean,
He's trying to give legitimacy to Levitt's talking point as a Mexican voice in quotes.
And it was a flat out lie.
It's a flat out
because
lie.
the first thing, it actually kind of irked us on this show.
We said it. We
was
mentioned it here.
She's a little bit too polite.
Yeah.
But it was literally, she's like, above all, what I want to say is that we lament the loss of these lives, right? How is that not empathetic or statesmanship? Like,
Just
she's
lies.
actually been very
Just lies.
careful about it, and too careful about her criticisms of the U.S., and instead mostly focused on the pan-governor. And it's not a partisan offensive. Luis, she committed treason, allegedly. She allowed the CIA to conduct operations that are prohibited by the Constitution and the 2020 National Security Law. I mean, it's black and white.
Yeah.
That is not a partisan offensive. That is being responsible. Her job, the one that she swears to do when she takes office, is to defend the Constitution. And yet he calls this a partisan offensive. But here's este es el colmo. And it's right at the very end. So he kind of goes on to talk about the economic situation of the country, et cetera, but says the following. Throw this up on the screen here. Oddly, this might present the president with the opportunity to both address the structural issues that hinder the growth of the economy and lay the foundation for revamping of her own presidency, but nothing suggests any of this is in the offing. That's the confession. The opportunity to address the structural issues that hinder the growth of the economy. Luis Rubio, writing for the propaganda arm of U.S. energy companies, is actually saying, open up Mexico's economy to U.S. capital so they can pillage this country as they did during the neoliberal era.
No,
That's
not
what this
again,
article
not
is actually
again.
about. He takes his time to get there, but it's all, for me, that is a megaphone to tell you what is actually happening. That's what these indictments are about. That's what all this diplomatic pressure from the U.S. is all about. That's what this new directive from the Justice Department is all about. It's about putting so much pressure on Mexico that they cave on the issues that are important to the U.S. ruling class, to the owners of capital in the United States, who want to rape and pillage Mexico. They want to take our resources and they want to exploit our workers in order to make themselves rich and leave nothing behind.
Oh my
and
God,
this
shout
man
out to
is
homie.
writing to advocate that position. Shame on you, Luis Rubio. And you might not call me xenophobic as you called the president in this, but you are a vende patria.
Do you have a strong
Vende
opinion on this?
patria.
Or,
What does vende patria mean? Traitor? Interesting. Wow, that's cool.
I love this segment.
I'm still trying to figure out what your take on this is.
I love this segment.
That's right.
Honestly,
That's why
I
it's
don't
been
prep
such
this.
an endearing,
It just starts coming
long-lasting
out.
segment, right? And getting our soapbox here, but it's absolutely right. Energy, energy, energy. So much of geopolitics is energy, and it's never been more the
Oil.
case now that the United States is trying to, undertake its worldwide offensive in the Arctic, in the Middle East, right? With Venezuela, in the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, to make itself the big energy head honcho in the world. And where once the petrodollar was based in the Middle East, now they want it to be a petro and gas dollar based in the Americas in its fortress, and they want everybody to be dependent on U.S. energy, just like the stooges in Europe are now of U.S.
Damn.
liquefied natural gas and the like, because now they're cut off. They've cut themselves off from their supply from Russia. So it's energy, energy, energy. Trump goes to China. He wants some kind of deal on rare earths. China says, "Oh, we'll address it. We'll talk about it." Trump got nothing on rare earths. Trump got nothing on any of that. So, unfortunately, that means they're going to try to turn the screws down here all the more and try to get it here.
Crazy.
It's already happened. It's already started. It's happening.
I mean, you have to see it in geopolitical terms as well.
Just to throw this
they want
out
to get
there.
it here easily.
That's what Honduras Gate was about. That's what it revealed to us, that there is a strategy, right? They understand the governments like the one in Colombia, like the one in Mexico, through the defense of sovereignty, are a hindrance to that agenda. So what are they trying to do? Undermine these governments, smear them through these fake news outlets that they want to create. And I can say that with confidence because we just published a story over at Job Site confirming that these are most likely authentic leaks. These are the people, powerful people, who are making these decisions and are clearly acting in concert with Israel, the United States, Milei's Argentina. There is a plot afoot. This is not a conspiracy.
No, it's not. It's kind of right.
Damn, that's kind of concerning to hear. I guess we don't hear this in America like this blatantly, right? Damn.
Right out in the open, actually, if you want to see it.
It's not in the open, it's hard to believe.
Yeah, it is hard to believe.
Listen to the recordings. Milei is also providing Hercules planes to Bolivia to help suppress the Bolivian protesters. I mean, it's just right there. You can just see it. It's right there. And there happens to be a lot of lithium around that area.
Yes, in Bolivia.
Right? Around the time of the coup against Evo Morales, that was when Elon Musk said, we'll coup whoever we want.
That's right.
Yeah.
Deal
And
with
who
it.
is Elon Musk? Elon Musk was in China.
And was
with
in
Trump,
China.
flying on Air Force One.
Doped up to the gills.
Yeah, doped up to the
And yet,
gills.
we're the
But
ones who
we're
have to
the-
solve the drug problem, right?
Yeah.
As if we haven't paid a high enough price as it is.
That's right.
Well, we reached the end of another episode here. Kurt,
Wow.
let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Of course, like we said, on
All right, that was great. Shout out to these two guys. Amazing, sobering even. Wow. I think we're going to end the stream here today. I really wanted to go for a little bit longer, but we just hit the 4-hour mark and struggling, but other work to get to, and so let's just go ahead and end the stream here for today. We covered a lot of stuff. Thankfully, man, feels good to get back into Latin America news coverage. Because if you're a fan of democracy, if you're a fan of politics, boy oh boy, Latin America is the place to get that fix. All right, bye, Bishonen in a Box. Have a good one. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to hit the subscribe button. I'm a small, independent, newly graduated journalist trying to make my way in the world, so it really means a lot to me if you could subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button on this video. It does a lot. just trying to spread the word and get into other people's algorithms. So anyways, peace out, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. It's been a great Thursday. Yes, Thursday. And be safe, everyone. Have a good rest of your night, and take care. Peace out, everyone.